Chapter 969. Of course, their arrival attracted the attention of many parties. The Red Blood Palace was one of the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Land's 2 strongest factions, and all of the experts it brought with it were elites among elites. There were 60 of them, and the aura emanating from them was quite eye-catching. That's the Red Blood Palace. Strange, why do they have so many people? It's indeed more than in previous years. It seems like even the Red Blood Palace has a backup plan. The number of disciples brought by the factions participating in the meeting this year was more or less higher than in the past. The Red Blood Palace was no exception. This action caused the forces of the various sects to be somewhat worried. Wouldn't the competition become even more intense? The Red Blood Palace's disciples looked at the number of disciples from the other factions and couldn't help but be shocked. Su Yuxian was right. Almost all the factions had brought more disciples than in the past. Many people looked at Su Yu, rejoicing that he had reminded them. Otherwise, the Red Blood Palace would have been at a disadvantage if they had only followed the previous rules. The Fengyun Great Meet didn't have a specific date, and it started with all the factions arriving. Now that the Red Blood Palace had arrived, the Fengyun Great Meet was about to begin. They could only wait for the masters of the Red Blood Palace and the Purple Cloud Palace to announce the start of the meet. As they waited, the factions' contestants began to divide themselves into different factions. The 8 factions under the jurisdiction of the Red Blood Palace gathered around the disciples of the Red Blood Palace, chatting and laughing with each other. On the other side were the disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace. The 2 sides were clearly divided, and the competition was intense. Senior Sister Bing, Senior Sister Tian. The disciples of the 8 great factions elected their strongest senior brothers or sisters to come forward and greet the leaders of the Red Blood Palace. Bing Wuqing and Tian Yu responded to them one by one. With them taking the lead, the other disciples of the 8 factions also went to chat with the other disciples of the Red Blood Palace, hoping to befriend them. Firstly, they might show mercy if they met in the Fengyun Great Meet, and secondly, they could help each other if they met in the glittering Jewel Wonderland. The Red Blood Palace was a gathering of geniuses, with dozens of 8th grade almighty among them. Naturally, the other faction's disciples were eager to befriend them. Of course, Su Yu, who was only a 9th grade fairy, was an exception. There were many people who were curious about Su Yu, the silver-masked man. But, after a short conversation, they found out that Su Yu was just Mo Tianxuan's personal attendant. So, they ended the conversation tactfully and hurriedly looked for other geniuses of the Red Blood Palace. On the other hand, Bing Wuxin, Gongsun Wuxie, and Bai Shanliang were quite popular even in the 8 great sects, and many people came forward to befriend them. Su Yu was free, and he was secretly observing the movements in his surroundings. He was surprised to discover that one of the 8 great factions under the jurisdiction of the Red Blood Palace was behaving very calmly. From the beginning until the end, they stood at the edge, and they didn't seem to have any intention of trying to befriend the Red Blood Palace's geniuses. When Su Yu looked over, he discovered that there were 9 disciples, both male and female. The 9 disciples were led by a 23-year-old man in the middle. The man's appearance was ordinary, but there was a flame imprint on his right cheek. The imprint seemed to be alive as it lightly pulsed. His aura was restrained, and if it wasn't for the fact that everyone was looking at him, it would be difficult to notice him. As Su Yu stared at the man, he felt a faint sense of danger. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu used his soul eyes and silently scanned his body. He was shocked. Wuxie, who is that person? Su Yu asked Gongsun Wuxie, who was in front of him. Gongsun Wuxie followed Su Yu's gaze and quickly replied, "He's the Soul-Seizing Palace's eldest disciple, Wei Bufan. He once refused the Red Blood Palace's internal recruitment and stayed in the Soul-Seizing Palace. His cultivation is at the level 8 Divine Master Realm, and he would be a top-notch genius in the Red Blood Palace." It's a pity. Level 8 Divine Master Realm? Su Yu's transparent eyes could see that he was hiding a level 9 Divine Master Realm. This was also the vague level 9 Divine Master Realm aura that he had felt a moment ago. He didn't expect that this person would be a genius expert of the Soul-Seizing Palace. In terms of cultivation, he wasn't any weaker than the Red Blood Palace's Bing Wuqing and Tian Yu. All of a sudden, Wei Bufan swept his gaze over, as if he had sensed Su Yu's probing gaze. Su Yu retracted his gaze just in time, and Wei Bufan frowned as he scanned the surroundings suspiciously. Eldest senior brother, what's wrong? A young woman, who was beside Wei Bufan, asked him out of concern. Wei Bufan replied coldly, there is a special probing power in the Red Blood Palace, and it seems like it has discovered my cultivation. The black-veiled woman exclaimed in surprise, eldest senior brother, you are cultivating the original returning demonic art, and it's quite good at concealing itself. Could it be Bing Wuqing and Tian Yu? It doesn't seem like it. It should be someone else. Wei Bufan furrowed his brows. Send a message to beware of the Red Blood Palace's hidden mysterious experts. After this incident, Su Yu kept a low profile and closed his eyes to rest. The people around him were busy befriending the Red Blood Palace's geniuses, so they didn't have the time to pay attention to him. After an hour, both sides' conversation came to an end. Su Yu was still ignored by everyone, and even those who were curious about him were driven away by his status as a servant. Swoosh, swoosh. It was at this moment that two people flew over from the first peak. Mo Tianxian and an old man with a head full of white hair were both floating in the air. Mo Tianxian wore a beaming smile, as it seemed like she hadn't suffered any losses in the previous exchange. The white-haired elder must be the leader of the Purple Cloud Palace, the true man of the Purple Cloud. It was rumored that he was one of the few all-creations strong martial artists in the Jojo continent who could contend against Mo Tianxian. He was at the pinnacle among all creation's old monsters. The crowd quickly quieted down. Not a single sound could be heard as they respectfully looked at the two people in the sky. According to the joint calculation of the 9 great prefectures' kings, the glittering jewel wonderland will descend in the near future. Time waits for no one. Ever since the great war between humans and ghosts happened 100 years ago, our blessed and heavenly lands has lost many of our heroes. We've been recuperating for 100 years, and we've finally regained our former glory. The glittering jewel wonderland must not be missed. Venerable Purple Cloud said. His tone was calm, but there was a unique rhythm to it, making it sound impassioned. The purpose of the Fengyun Genius Meet this time is to select the 100 most outstanding people from the blessed and heavenly lands to represent the blessed and heavenly lands in the glittering jewel wonderland. If you return with some gains, you will surely be a force that will help the blessed and heavenly lands prosper in the future, Venerable Purple Cloud said. Hearing this, everyone was eager. Next, it was time to announce the official start of the Fengyun Genius Assembly. One by one, the strongest 50 would be chosen. In other words, it would be an arena competition. However, according to my discussion with Palace Mistress Mo, the rules of the Fengyun Genius Assembly will be changed. Venerable Purple Cloud said suddenly, the assessment of the Fengyun Genius Assembly will no longer be an arena competition, but an adventure competition. Chapter 970. When he finished speaking, the true man of the Purple Cloud rolled up his sleeves, and 200 streaks of purple vital energy were accurately separated from his sleeves. The vital energy fell evenly on the heads of all the outstanding young geniuses, forming a faint circular rune above their heads. The Red Blood Palace's disciples all had the word Kai displayed above their heads. The Purple Cloud Palace disciples had the word purple above their heads. It was the same for the disciples of the other forces. Their auras indicated their sect background. If one side concedes defeat or is defeated, the purple vital energy will gather above the winner's head. When the match ends, the result will be determined according to the amount of Purple Cloud vital energy. The true man of the Purple Cloud announced, the duration of the competition is 1 day. In the secret realm, as long as you admit defeat or are in life-threatening danger, you will be transported out. There won't be too much danger. When Su Yu heard this, he furrowed his brows. Changing the arena competition into a risky competition? It sounded very fair, and it saved a lot of time. The ranking could be completed in a day. However, the Purple Cloud secret realm belonged to the Purple Cloud Palace. The disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace were far more familiar with the secret realm than the disciples participating in the competition. Making use of his familiarity with the terrain to seize the Purple Cloud vital energy was an obvious advantage. How could Mo Tianxian agree to such an unreasonable competition? Also, The true man of the purple cloud looked around and said, "Anyone who has deployed the purple cloud vital energy can participate in the competition, no matter who you are." Su Yu suddenly understood. As Mo Tianxuan's personal attendants, Su Yu, Bing Wuqing, Gongsun Wuxie, Bai Shanliang, and the others all had the purple cloud vital energy above their heads. In that case, they could participate in the competition justifiably. Looking at the other sects, they had brought along a large number of outstanding young disciples, but none of them had obtained the purple cloud vital energy. The difference in treatment caused the faces of many sect leaders to darken. "May I ask, true man of the purple cloud, why do some of our disciples not have the purple cloud vital energy?" A fair-skinned, middle-aged scholar, who was holding a white fan in his hand, asked respectfully as he stared in Su Yu's direction. This question was something that many sect leaders were unhappy with. Why could the Red Blood Palace send 10 more people to participate, while they were the exception? The true man of the purple cloud said indifferently, "The secret realm can only accommodate a limited number of people. If you want to share the pressure for the secret realm, the people of the soul-seizing palace need not participate." The threat could not be any stronger. The middle-aged scholar said, "Daoist Master is being too serious. I am only curious. I will definitely obey Daoist Master's arrangements." Taking a step back, the middle-aged scholar's face was calm, but the hand that held the fan unconsciously tightened. With the middle-aged scholar's setback, who would dare to question him? Su Yu finally understood why Mo Tianxian had agreed to participate in the unfair competition. In exchange, the Red Blood Palace would get 10 more participants. "All of you, follow me to the secret realm." The true man of the purple cloud tapped the ground lightly with his toes and crossed the clouds, flying to the top of the second peak. The peak of the mountain was a place shrouded in clouds and mist. It was impossible to see beyond 3 kilometers with the naked eye. Perhaps it was because of the formation, but the spiritual energy on the peak was exceptionally dense. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating for 10 days in the outside world. It was even to the extent that he could faintly see precious materials that were rarely seen in the outside world growing on the peak of the mountain, and there were even some rare and exotic beasts living there. More importantly, there was a pressure near the summit. It was impossible to fly at the summit, and walking speed was also very slow. In this way, they could have flown over the summit of dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. But if they were in the middle of it, they would be no different from ordinary martial artists, and they would have to proceed on foot. "All of you, enter quickly. You only have 1 day, and you will be automatically transported out after 1 day. If you haven't obtained any vital energy by then, and your ranking is below 100, don't blame me for not giving you a chance," the true man said. Everyone landed one after another. When they were about 10 feet from the ground, a tremendous pressure suddenly pressed down from above and all around them. They tried their best to revolve their vital energy, but they couldn't resist it, and were forced to fall from the sky. At the same time, the pressure from the side forced everyone to deviate from their direction. Many groups that had formed alliances or were about to form a group were broken up. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the dense sounds of collisions like raindrops, the 200 selected students landed. Looking in all directions, the fog here was several times thicker than when seen from the sky. Looking down from the clouds, one could see a mile away, but in the depths of the fog, one could not even see 100 meters. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for the separated teams to reunite even if they wanted to ascend to heaven. Instead, they would search randomly and reveal their movements, which could easily expose their location. After Su Yu landed, he didn't walk around casually. Instead, he immediately restrained his breath and stood motionless like a wooden stake. He tried his best to use his 5 senses to observe the movements around him. Strangely, as the banging sounds dissipated, his surroundings quickly fell into silence. It was so quiet that only the chirping of the spiritual insects could be heard. When he landed, there were at least 5 people who landed within 3 miles of him, but there was no movement around him, which meant that they were also aware that the environment was special and that they shouldn't move recklessly. The wait went on for a full hour, making people feel as if there was really no one around. Right at that moment, a slight wave of spiritual energy appeared 500 meters to Su Yu's right. Someone couldn't help but move. But after half an hour, a strong wave of spiritual energy suddenly erupted, followed by a faint scream that reached Su Yu's ears. Su Yu sighed silently. The person who had moved first had been killed. Just as Su Yu was about to take advantage of the chaos to move away from the vicinity, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. No. I almost fell into a trap. Su Yu slowly retracted his footsteps and continued to restrain his breath. At that moment, 3 waves of spiritual energy appeared from different directions. Just as Su Yu had initially planned, they took advantage of the chaos to leave the area. But at that moment, a clear scream reverberated through the clouds, accompanied by a loud roar. Ah! It's a trick. Too late. Su Yu heard a familiar cold grunt, and the person's roar stopped abruptly. Then, the entire dense fog shook gently, and a gust of space energy flashed. Someone must have been transported away because his life was in danger. The initial scream was actually the disguise of a cunning disciple, who had deliberately created the illusion that he had been attacked. The goal was to lure the people who were hiding out. As expected, the people who were hiding in the vicinity were all lured out, except for Su Yu. One of them was even assassinated. Then, the surroundings immediately became chaotic. The remaining 2 people knew that it was a trick and that their breaths had been exposed. There was no longer a need to hide, and they released their spiritual energy to escape. But this was exactly what the person who had plotted against them wanted. Hihi, none of you can escape. That person's movement technique was extremely fast, and after a moment, he could faintly hear another scream. After half an hour, there was another indistinct cry for mercy. Among the people who had landed at the same time, 3 of them were quickly eliminated. This made Su Yu extremely vigilant. I need to make some preparations. Su Yu stroked his chin. When the last indistinct cry for mercy appeared, he immediately left the place. Because he was far away, the mysterious person could no longer detect the spiritual energy fluctuation he emitted. Not long after he left, a young man with a dark face and a sharp expression appeared nearby. After searching for a while, he narrowed his eyes and said, "This person is quite vigilant." He was able to remain calm in such a tense environment and did not reveal his aura. Forget it, it's more important to find Su Yuxian first. Senior Sister Tianyu has warned us not to allow him to pass the selection. When he finished speaking, he plunged into the dense fog. Su Yu quietly searched the vicinity of an ancient tree and climbed up the trunk. His movements were extremely quiet. Looking up at the sky, Su Yu pondered. There are 2 difficulties in the purple cloud secret realm. The first is the pressure. According to each person's different cultivation, different pressures are applied to ensure that everyone loses the ability to sprint and become like ordinary people. The fastest speed is no more than 8 meters per second, and even climbing trees is very strenuous. The second is the dense fog, which ensures that everyone's line of sight is within 100 meters. In this way, it will be impossible to ambush them, and everyone will have an equal chance of encountering another person. In terms of these 2 points, it actually created a relatively fair environment. This method could prevent a group of weaklings from gathering and joining forces to expel the strong, causing the strong to be eliminated and the weak to be elected. Apart from that, the further we go, the fewer targets we can attack. Su Yu analyzed secretly. There are a total of 200 people. In theory, obtaining a whiff of the purple cloud vital energy means that one has obtained the qualification to enter the glittering jewel wonderland. Those who have achieved their goals will most likely choose a place to hide and wait for the selection to end. Hence, the further we go, the more disadvantageous the selection becomes. This is excluding the situation where there are strong people who have seized the purple cloud vital energy many times. For example, the mysterious person just now had eliminated 3 people in a row. After a round of analysis, Su Yu quickly determined his target. He had to seize a whiff of the purple cloud vital energy in the first half of the day at the latest. The latter half of the day was very risky, and it was highly likely that he would encounter a situation where he could not find any traces of the enemy. Before taking action, Su Yu tried to use his soul eyes, slowly releasing the power of his soul eyes. The result made Su Yu's eyes brighten slightly. The soul eyes could see through a range of 1,000 meters, expanding his vision tenfold. This 1,000 meters could ensure that when the enemy discovered Su Yu, he would have already discovered them. He could even prepare an ambush in advance. With this pair of eyes, Su Yu's confidence was assured. Standing on the tree trunk, he raised his eyes and looked around, seeing through a range of 1,000 meters with him as the center. There's no one. After making sure, Su Yu climbed down the tree trunk to determine his location. When he landed, he seemed to have landed in the southernmost part of the secret realm. Most of the people had landed in the central region. It seems that the central region is the main battlefield, Su Yu thought to himself. After identifying the direction, he immediately rushed toward the central region. 4 hours later, 1/6 of the day had passed. Including the 2 hours he had delayed previously, a quarter of the day had passed. He needed to find a target to attack within the next 2 hours. Otherwise, waiting until the latter half of the day would be extremely disadvantageous. After 4 hours of trekking over mountains and rivers, Su Yu had finally reached the edge of the central region on foot. Along the way, he found several traces of fighting. He believed that there were people who had been eliminated. This made Su Yu even more anxious to find a target to attack. All of a sudden, Su Yu felt an intense wave of spiritual energy. Chapter 971. His gaze penetrated slowly. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters. It was not until 1,000 meters, the limit of Su Yu's vision, that he finally saw 2 figures fighting each other. He even knew one of them. It was a young man in his mid-20s, with dashing eyebrows and starry eyes. He was quite handsome, and he was senior brother Tang, who was eager to protect the beautiful woman. At the moment, he was fighting a woman in the Purple Cloud Palace's uniform with all his might. Both of them had top-notch 8th grade almighty cultivation, and their attacks swept across the surroundings. Even though they were 1,000 meters apart, Su Yu could feel the fierceness of their moves. If Su Yu were to fight with either of them, it would be difficult to win in a short time without using 1 or 2 of his trump cards. The 2 of them had been fighting for a while, and the surroundings were a mess. Both of them were wounded, especially the woman. She was panting heavily. Her spiritual energy had been severely depleted, and her physical strength was severely depleted. Under the gravity of the Purple Cloud secret realm, her physical strength was greatly depleted. On the other hand, senior brother Tang performed better than the woman, perhaps because he was a man and had undergone body tempering training. If there were no accidents, senior brother Tang would win in the end. Tangling, do you really want to fight me to the end? Both of us have top-notch cultivation, and it would be a pity if we were eliminated just like that. The woman retreated after a head-on attack. Tang Ling also stopped, staring at the woman. It was junior sister Cao Ling who attacked first. If I didn't have some skills, wouldn't I have been eliminated by junior sister Cao Ling? If you choose to stop now, I can agree to it, but the blood that has been shed can't. Upon hearing that, Cao Ling smiled sweetly. Senior brother Tang Ling, I was hot-headed just now. Please forgive me for attacking rashly. Here is a bottle of spirit rejuvenation elixir that can quickly replenish spiritual energy and physical strength. I believe it can compensate you a little. If we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid we'll be the fisherman who benefits. Tang Ling frowned. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, he had no choice but to give up. Humph, if we meet in the glittering jewel wonderland, we won't be so lucky. I'll let it go this time, but it won't happen again. Cao Ling was right. Both sides were engaged in a great battle, and the situation was extremely tense. It was very likely that they would be targeted by outsiders. There might even be people eyeing them covetously, waiting for both of them to suffer losses. Hearing this, Cao Ling smiled and threw a jade bottle across the air. Tang Ling was cautious. He did not catch it with his hand. Instead, he rolled it up with his sleeve and rolled it up. After he took a closer look, he smiled. It's indeed an energy rejuvenation pill. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. Tang Ling cupped his fists. He did not consume the pill on the spot. Instead, he wanted to bring it to a safe place and examine it carefully before consuming it. As he spoke, he backed off cautiously. However, Cao Ling's face suddenly revealed a faint mocking expression. Senior brother Tang, why don't you take it on the spot? Are you afraid that junior sister will secretly harm you? Hehe, do you think you can accept what I give you? Tang Ling retorted. Cao Ling revealed a cunning smile. Of course, junior sister is also worried, so if I want to poison it, it will not be on the pill, but on the smell. Smell? Tang Ling was stunned. His expression changed drastically as he hurled the jade bottle out from his sleeve. However, it seemed to be too late. Suddenly, Tang Ling's body twitched and he foamed at the mouth. As if he had been electrocuted, he fell straight down. Only his eyeballs could move quickly, flickering with shock and panic. Hehe, I've been waiting for this moment. Cao Ling walked over and giggled. Do you know how to deal with a powerhouse of the same level? I've simulated it in my mind dozens of times. I've even used it in the Purple Cloud Secret Realm many times. The effect is very good. For the people of the Purple Cloud Palace, the Purple Cloud Secret Realm was like their own backyard. They could even practice this kind of fighting method at any time. Just like that, Tang Ling was hit. Tang Ling's body twitched uncontrollably. His eyes rolled up, and he looked as if he was about to be teleported out. Cao Ling squatted down and patted his face with a faint smile. Goodbye, senior brother Tang. It seems like you'll have to wait 100 years to participate in the glittering jewel wonderland. After saying that, Cao Ling grabbed the purple cloud vital energy above Tang Ling's head. However, the moment she made her move, her expression suddenly changed. Not only did she quickly retract her hand, but she also jumped back quickly. Fart. But it was still too late. Tang Ling suddenly flung out a snow-white light from his sleeve and stabbed into Cao Ling's abdomen. The huge force sent Cao Ling flying backward. She crashed into a giant tree and made a crashing sound. Cao Ling covered her abdomen and looked at Tang Ling in disbelief as he slowly got up. You're not poisoned. Tang Ling wiped the white saliva from the corner of his mouth. A mocking sneer appeared on his pained face. Do you think you can fool me with such a small trick? Tang Ling took out a piece of amber from his chest. In the amber, there was a white worm that looked like snow and emitted a faint fragrance. 100 Poisons Spiritual Cicada? Cao Ling was shocked. The 100 Poisons Spiritual Cicada was a kind of spiritual worm that had been extinct since ancient times. It was rumored that it survived by devouring all kinds of poisonous things in the world. In ancient times, it was often used as a spiritual object to ward off poison. In the current era, it was almost impossible to find a trace of it. Occasionally, there would be fossils that looked like they were wrapped in amber. But even if they were fossils, the faint fragrance they emitted could still neutralize poisons. This was the reason why Tang Ling was safe and sound after being poisoned at first. How could Cao Ling know that Tang Ling had such a treasure with him? Junior sister, it's over. Tang Ling sneered and blasted a cold punch. This punch contained Tang Ling's full strength. The heavily injured Cao Ling was no match for him at all. Cao Ling's life was in danger. A gust of space energy appeared around her, enveloping her and teleporting her out of the area. A whiff of the purple cloud vital energy on top of her head was left behind, and Tang Ling grabbed it. The purple cloud vital energy flew into the top of Tang Ling's head and doubled the original purple cloud vital energy. After that, Tang Ling looked around and was ready to leave immediately to find a place to recover his spiritual energy and stamina. Who's there? Tang Ling suddenly shouted. Su Yu was slightly shocked. Have I been exposed? After thinking for a while, Su Yu slowly retreated. His body had just moved when he suddenly stopped. He stared at an area 1,000 meters away, beyond his sight. In his perception, there was a domineering aura slowly approaching. Tang Ling seemed to have sensed something. His expression was exceptionally solemn as he stared closely at a place 100 meters away. The clouds and mist were tumbling and turbulent, as if a ferocious beast was gradually approaching from the depths of the clouds and mist. The surroundings were silent. The insects stopped chirping, and even the wind gradually quieted down. There was only the clouds that continued to roll over, emitting an unusual oppression. Even Su Yu, who was 1,000 miles away, could feel the unusual oppression. Su Yu had seen many almighty experts, and he had even killed a 9th-grade almighty with his own hands. However, none of the almighty strong men could give him such an oppressive feeling. It was as if he was not facing an almighty, but an all creation's old monster. Chapter 972. Swoosh. All of a sudden, a strong gust of air separated the heavy mist and shot out. It was extremely fast, leaving behind a series of afterimages. It was impossible to discern its exact form. Tang Ling was facing a formidable enemy. He activated the vital energy in his body and formed a spinning Tai Chi pattern between his palms. The yin-yang fish-eye spun rapidly, producing a high-speed rotational force that blew away the clouds nearby. Anything that touched the Tai Chi pattern would be crushed on the spot if it was weak, while anything tough would be bounced off. Su Yu was secretly surprised. Tang Ling still had a trick up his sleeve. According to his estimation, such a defensive power should be able to withstand the power of Bing Wuxin's first sword. An attack from a beginner 9th grade almighty might not be able to do anything to such a defense. Pop! A soft sound was followed by a miserable groan and a dull thud. The Tai Chi pattern was as thin as a sheet and was easily torn in half by the afterimage. It then penetrated Tang Ling's body from the front to the back, penetrating his chest. Blood spurted out from his back. Under the tremendous force, Tang Ling's body was sent flying backward hundreds of meters, landing 100 meters in front of Su Yu. Even at such a close distance, Su Yu could feel the ground shake from the impact. What a powerful physical strength! What shocked Su Yu even more was that after the afterimage penetrated Tang Ling, it slowed down and revealed its true form. It was not a special weapon, but just a withered branch. The withered branch did not slow down and headed straight for Su Yu. It looked like it wanted to kill two birds with one stone. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu dodged to the side. The withered branch almost grazed Su Yu's chest. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the withered branch brought along a strong gust of air that scraped against Su Yu's skin. It even tore his shirt and left a bloody wound on his chest. Su Yu's expression changed as he stared at the black shadow that was gradually appearing in the mist, retreating quickly. This person was dangerous, and it was not wise to fight him head-on. As soon as he moved, the injured Tang Ling finally noticed Su Yu's tracks 100 meters away. Suppressing his injuries, Tang Ling immediately got up and looked at the retreating Su Yu. His eyes lit up as if he had seen hope. "Junior brother Su, save me. Let's fight the enemy together," Tang Ling shouted as he ran in the other direction towards Su Yu. Su Yu's face darkened. Damn it. He wanted to divert the trouble to the strong man so that he could escape. Whoosh! At that moment, a sharp piercing sound tore through the sky. Afterimages appeared one after another, and their speed was astonishing. To them, whose bodies were suppressed by the gravity, it was impossible for them to dodge. Fortunately, the branch was aimed at Tang Ling. Tang Ling turned around and his expression changed drastically as he cried out, "Stop!" As he spoke, he quickly changed his direction and shot toward Su Yu. Puff! The withered branch brushed past his shoulder, and the powerful force blew his entire arm into pieces, turning it into a bloody mess. However, he endured the excruciating pain and fled in Su Yu's direction, forming a straight line with him and the strong men behind him. Once his opponent shot out another withered branch, Su Yu might not be able to react as quickly as him, even if he tried to dodge it with all his might. The result was that the withered branch had killed Su Yu. The strong man had no choice but to stop and collect Su Yu's purple cloud vital energy. Su Yu had seized the opportunity to escape. In the blink of an eye, the disaster had shifted twice. Su Yu's eyes were cold. "Tang Ling, there's no enmity between us. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Now that things had come to this, there was no need for Tang Ling to hide. With a ferocious smile, he said, "Junior brother Su, I'm sorry. I'll say the same thing again. Come back in 100 years. At the same time, Tang Ling tossed a shimmering talisman at Su Yu with a backhand. Body securing talisman. Explode. With a soft shout, the talisman exploded, and a large mass of green light shot out from it, enveloping Su Yu in an instant. Su Yu suddenly felt the pressure around him double, like a mortal falling into deep water. His movements were several times slower, and he could not move freely at all. At that moment, the mysterious man in the mist threw out the third withered branch. The withered branch shot straight like an arrow released from a bow, intending to kill both of them at the same time. Goodbye, junior brother Su. Tang Ling sneered and stuck a yellow talisman on his body. His speed suddenly increased by 3 times. Although the withered branch was fast, he could easily avoid it. Faced with the sudden danger, Su Yu's eyes were cold. Senior brother, I think it's better if you come back in 100 years. If he was heartless, how could Su Yu be righteous? Seal of time, Su Yu bellowed. His left eye was filled with purple light, and a purple flying dragon circled around it, entangling Tang Ling. In an instant, Tang Ling's shifting body stopped abruptly, as if he had lost control of it. Only his mind was still active. His mind was filled with panic and anger. Unfortunately, the withered branch did not give him enough time to react. Poof! Like a watermelon being pierced, Tang Ling's head was pierced through on the spot. At the critical moment, the space around him fluctuated and teleported him away, leaving the purple cloud vital energy above his head. The withered branch did not slow down, heading straight for Su Yu, who was frozen in place. Su Yu's right eye was filled with red light. Space vortex. A massive vortex appeared, sucking in the attacking withered branch and teleporting it to an unknown space. At the same time, Su Yu struggled out of the range of the green light, his body regaining the ability to move. Fortunately, the effect of the talisman was limited. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Tang Ling today. After escaping from the talisman, Su Yu did not even take a second look at the purple cloud vital energy. He immediately disappeared into the mist. Just as he was about 100 meters away, 2 figures broke through the mist behind him. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and majestic, with a high nose bridge and a tall, dignified appearance. He exuded strong confidence from head to toe, like a king. Ordinary people could not help but feel ashamed of their inferiority in front of him. His cultivation had even reached the peak of 9th grade Almighty. One could even feel that he was a step further than a 9th grade Almighty, as if he had stepped into the All Creations level. The powerful feeling of being between the Almighty and all creations was awe-inspiring. Be it in terms of appearance or cultivation, the man in front of them was a rare sight in the world. Beside him was a woman dressed in a green dress. She was elegant, natural, and otherworldly, giving off a sense of infinite gentleness and beauty. She followed closely behind the handsome man, her beautiful eyes gazing at the man in front of her. Love flickered in her eyes at times, confusion at other times. Brother Taishu, it seems like someone has been eliminated, the woman in the green dress said softly. The young woman in a jade green dress spoke in a gentle voice, and her white and tender palm that was fine like water lightly gestured to grab the violet sky true chi before her and pass it over to the handsome man. Her thoughtful gesture made countless men fall for her. The woman in front of them was the #1 female heaven ruler of the blessed and heavenly lands, Lu Chuyi. Her cultivation was superior to all female practitioners, her beauty was unparalleled, and her personality was gentle. She was the dream lover of the continent's martial artists. However, if they knew who Lu Chuyi's lover was, they would only be envious, not jealous. The handsome man was none other than the #1 heaven ruler of the blessed and heavenly lands, Jiyu Taishu. Ever since he had made a name for himself, he had never been defeated. His path of cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had reached the peak of the Almighty before the age of 25. Even before the age of 20, he had already reached his current level. Everyone understood that what he lacked was an opportunity to cross the threshold of the all creations. It was even rumored that Jiyu Taishu had many opportunities to break through to the all creations level, but he had delayed it until now because he wanted to break through with the 9 fairy elixir. Such a peerless strong man of the same generation made the men who admired Lu Chuyi not even dare to be jealous. They could only be envious. Who in the blessed and heavenly lands was worthy of Lu Chuyi? Apart from Jiyu Taishu, there was no one else. Jiyu Taishu took it expressionlessly, his eyes fixed on the direction in which Su Yu had escaped. He frowned slightly. One escaped, and he seems to be proficient in some special techniques. They were far away, so they couldn't know what time and space magical powers Su Yu had used. Lu Chuyi said, "It's just one who escaped. Besides, Brother Taishu doesn't have to do anything, I believe he can be eliminated." The direction in which he escaped seems to be the direction in which Meili is pursuing a female practitioner from the Red Blood Palace. Jiyu Taishu nodded nonchalantly. Right, let's go. According to the leader's instructions, try your best to eliminate the Red Blood Palace's students. When he finished speaking, the two of them disappeared in the dense fog like a pair of goddesses. In the outside world, the corners of the factions surrounded the Purple Cloud secret realm. From time to time, students from various factions were transported out, causing many to sigh. Swish. Right at that moment, Tang Ling was transported out by the power of space, groaning in pain. His head had been repaired, and he seemed unharmed, but the lingering pain did not dissipate immediately. Mo Tianxian held him in place and said discontentedly, "Why did you come out so soon?" Tang Ling was one of the top 30 in the Red Blood Palace. With a cultivation of 8th grade Almighty, as long as he wasn't too unlucky or careless, he should be able to enter the top 100. Besides, not long ago, he had successfully eliminated an 8th grade Almighty female student from the Purple Cloud Palace. Before Mo Tianxian could rejoice, Tang Ling was immediately eliminated. Tang Ling clenched his teeth. He was eliminated by Jiyu Taishu, so it was reasonable to blame the other party. But this was a fair comparison. If he blamed the other party for being too strong, wouldn't he be criticizing himself for being too weak and incompetent? It's Su Yuxian, Tang Ling said angrily. Of course, he couldn't blame it on his own incompetence. Mo Tianxian frowned. You mean him? What happened? Tang Ling clenched his teeth and said, he colluded with external enemies and tricked me with strange techniques. That's why he was eliminated. Is that so? Mo Tianxian said coldly. If it had been someone else, Mo Tianxian wouldn't have believed it. Was there a need for a disciple of the same faction to collude with outsiders? But if it was Su Yuxian, everything was possible. From her point of view, not only did Su Yuxian have no background, but even his past was a blank slate. There were many suspicious points. She couldn't help but glance at the true man of the Purple Cloud. Could Su Yuxian be a mole planted by the Purple Cloud Palace? In this regard, the true man of the Purple Cloud smiled without saying a word. He didn't explain. The strong man of the Red Blood Palace had been eliminated by his own people. As a member of the Purple Cloud Palace, of course, he would take it as a joke. How could he explain it? His attitude further confirmed Mo Tianxuan's suspicions. Humph. This Su Yuxian, when he comes out, I'll teach him a lesson. Mo Tianxian was annoyed. In the secret realm. After Su Yu escaped, he still rushed to the central area. Calculating the time, half a day had passed. If he didn't seize a whiff of the Purple Cloud vital energy, the situation would be quite grim. Clang. All of a sudden, the sound of metal clashing reached his ears. Someone was fighting again. Su Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately snuck forward. When he was 1,000 meters away, he used his transparent eye to secretly observe the movement in front. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but once he did, Su Yu's face changed slightly. 1,000 meters away, two groups of phantoms were exchanging blows. Their speed and movement techniques didn't seem to be suppressed by gravity at all. How could this be? Su Yu was surprised. In the outside world, the speed of both of them was at least at the level of a 9th grade fairy. Chapter 973. Even a 9th grade Almighty might not be able to defeat such a speedy martial artist. Bang! Bang! The two of them fought fiercely, then stopped for a short while. One of them was Gongsun Wuxie, who was wearing a black and white pleated dress and holding the heavens-made divine crossbow. The other was a short and dashing young girl, who was wearing a leopard skin-tight suit. Both of them were petite and dainty, but the difference was that Gongsun Wuxie was clever and eccentric, while the young girl was as agile as a demonic beast. The biggest difference was, Gongsun Wuxie's agility was due to the pair of wind-fire wheels under her feet, which made her extremely fast. This was under the suppression of the secret realm, so she only had the speed of a 9th grade fairy. If she had been in the outside world, her speed would have surpassed that of a 9th grade Almighty. Upon closer inspection, one could sense that it was an extremely high-grade magical treasure, far surpassing a top-grade spiritual artifact. It was almost at the level of a semi-manufactured fairy artifact. In the whole world, There were only a few people like her, who had a few semi-manufactured fairy artifacts. Moreover, based on this little girl's character, she might have hidden many semi-manufactured fairy artifacts to use at the critical moment. On the other hand, the young girl in the leopard skin was relying on her own speed. This surprised Suyu a lot. A semi-manufactured fairy artifact might have been suppressed less, which was why it could burst forth with speed, but how could a young girl with a mortal body do it? Little savage, how dare you chase after me? Humph, I'll kill you here today, Gongsun Wuxie said with a smile. Her eyes lit up, and the wind-fire wheels under her feet rotated rapidly, bringing her along as they shot toward the young girl in the leopard skin. The young girl's tanned face was filled with fear and anger. Shameless. If you have the ability, let's have a fair fight. What's the point of using magical treasures? She had thought that she was chasing an ordinary 9th-grade fairy, but unexpectedly, she kept taking out all kinds of talismans, which caused her endless trouble. In the end, she even took out 2 semi-manufactured fairy artifacts. This made her extremely depressed. By now, her physical strength had declined greatly, but her opponent was relying on semi-manufactured fairy artifacts and had not suffered any damage. If this went on, she would surely be killed by the heavens-made divine crossbow. Fair. One-on-one. Isn't it fair? Gongsun Wuxie smiled evilly, raising her hand to shoot the heavens-made divine crossbow. A fire-based talisman shot out, turning into a massive flame that could destroy 9th-grade Almighty. The young girl bit her lip and gave up on chasing after Gongsun Wuxie. She turned around and fled. Her nose twitched slightly, as if she was trying to lock onto a certain direction based on the smell. Come with me if you can. The girl turned around and provoked. Gongsun Wuxie chuckled. You want to lead me to a certain place? Are you dreaming? I'll finish you off right here. Crash, Gongsun Wuxie then took out a white object from her sleeve. It looked like a few white bones, and they were only as thick as a little finger. She stabbed it into the ground. Immediately after, gigantic bones that were 3 jong thick suddenly shot out from the ground all around the young girl. The top of the giant bone curved, forming a closed top. As a result, a cage of bones with a circumference of 1,000 feet was formed. The girl snorted coldly and punched the white bone with her fist. With a gasp, the girl looked at her fist, which had a bloody mark on it, and said angrily, a semi-manufactured fairy artifact made from the bones of a stage 4 all creations old monster. Another semi-manufactured immortal artifact. Hihi, accept your fate, little savage. Gongsun Wuxie smiled and raised the heavens-made divine crossbow again, aiming at the young girl in the cage. Once the flames engulfed the cage, the young girl had nowhere to run. The young girl's expression changed. Suddenly, she squatted down. Her hands were like the claws of a pangolin, and she quickly dug out the soil on the ground. Then, she plunged into it and continued to dig. Gongsun Wuxie said, Humph, if I let you escape like this, how can it be called a semi-manufactured fairy artifact? Gongsun Wuxie grabbed with her 5 fingers, and the cage of bones separated from the soil. Even the young girl who had burrowed into the ground was brought out. Looking closely, the bottom of the cage was also closed. The young girl was brought into midair by the cage and hung up. In this way, she had no ability to hide at all. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, the young girl was anxious and scared. She kept spinning in the cage, and her eyeballs were about to fall out. Suyu was speechless. How was this being hunted? It was clearly a one-sided torture. Little savage, are you going to hand over the purple cloud vital energy obediently, or do you want me to send you on your way? Gongsun Wuxie flashed an evil smile. The young girl hugged the cage of bones, a rebellious expression on her face. Despite the tears of grievance in her eyes, she had no intention of giving in. I won't beg you. If you want to kill me, just kill me. At most, I'll come back in 100 years. Her simple words exposed her intellect. Who could say what would happen in 100 years? By then, the glittering jewel wonderland might not even exist. Gongsun Wuxie slowly lowered the heavens-made divine crossbow that she had raised, and the corners of her mouth cracked into a devilish smile. Seeing that smile, Suyu could not help but feel pity for the young girl. She was done for. Little savage, if you can promise me one thing, I can let you go. Gongsun Wuxie flashed a sweet and adorable smile, which was very different from before. The young girl thought about it and said, "Don't try to tempt me into agreeing to unfair conditions. No, no, no. I'm the fairest of all." Gongsun Wuxie smiled. "You want to enter the glittering jewel wonderland, and I want to enter too, right?" The young girl nodded. "Yes. You want to get the purple cloud vital energy, and I want to get the purple cloud vital energy, right?" The young girl thought about it and felt that she was right. "Yes. You and I have the same destination and goal, don't we?" The young girl crossed her arms in front of her chest and said thoughtfully, "Yes, we both want to enter the glittering jewel wonderland, and we both want to get the purple cloud vital energy. Then, you and I are actually like-minded, aren't we?" The young girl was startled. She felt that something was amiss, but she could not put her finger on it. She nodded her head blankly. "Yes, I guess so. Then, like-minded people should join forces to achieve their goals more easily, right?" Join forces? The young girl felt that something was amiss, but she had already been led into a dead end by Gongsun Wuxie. She nodded and said, "That seems right. We should join forces, but you're my captive now, aren't you?" Gongsun Wuxie continued. Although the young girl was unwilling to admit it, the current situation was irrefutable. "Yes. Then, if I f*ck you now and turn you from a captive to my comrade, you'll owe me a favor, right?" A favor? The young girl felt that something was amiss, but she could not find a reason to refute it. She said foolishly, "Yes. Yes, since you owe me a favor, you should repay it, right?" Gongsun Wuxie took out a white jade pendant, which contained a faint mortal fairy's strength. "How about this? I haven't thought about how to repay the favor. I hope you can promise to do one thing for me in the future. Before I think about it, you can inject a drop of your blood essence into the jade pendant as a promise." The young girl stared at the jade pendant vigilantly. She knew that it was a magical treasure that could control the owner of the blood essence through the blood essence. Only by completing some kind of will contained in the blood essence could it be removed automatically. After thinking about it, the young girl nodded. Inject a drop of blood essence and inject a wisp of will into it, which meant that she had fulfilled one of Gongsun Wuxie's requests, and it was a request that she was capable of doing. Swoosh! The blood essence sank into the white jade pendant, and white light flashed. In the depths of Gongsun Wuxie's eyes, a cunning smile appeared, as if her plan had succeeded. She put away the jade pendant with a smile and released the young girl. She walked forward casually, patted her shoulder, and said boldly, "From now on, we're like-minded friends. Let's fight for the purple cloud vital energy together." The young girl nodded vigorously, revealing a serious and determined expression. "Yes, let's fight for the purple cloud vital energy together." Watching the two of them leave, Suyu clicked his tongue. He had witnessed with his own eyes how Gongsun Wuxie had conned and deceived a strong enemy, demanding a bottomless request, and even tricked him into helping her fight for the purple cloud vital energy. Suyu was full of pity and sympathy for the young girl. Since it was Gongsun Wuxie, Suyu naturally would not attack her. He could only look for another target to attack. Just as Suyu was about to leave, he suddenly squatted down and stared at the area where Gongsun Wuxie and the young girl had fought. A dark figure flew out from the hazy mist. He landed on the battlefield and looked around vigilantly. Finally, he looked in the direction where Gongsun Wuxie had left and muttered to himself, "Humph, Gongsun Wuxie?" Senior sister Tianyu said that this woman is also from the Demon Mountain, and it would be best if she could be eliminated. Then, even if Su is lucky enough to enter the glittering jewel wonderland, he will have no help to rely on. When he finished speaking, he followed like a cheetah. He did not notice Su Yu, who was 1,000 meters away, but Su Yu recognized him. His eyes flickered. Senior brother Liu? This man had threatened Su Yu and tried to stop Su Yu from participating in the glittering jewel wonderland. Now, he was still thinking of eliminating Su Yu, and even Gongsun Wuxie had become his target. Even a clay figurine would get angry after being targeted repeatedly, let alone Su Yu. If they were in the faction, it would be inconvenient to fight in public. But here, what was there to worry about? Su Yu's eyes turned cold, and he quietly followed. Gongsun Wuxie and the young girl were a strong team, and both of them excelled in speed. In the central region, they were hardly a match. Su Yu could barely keep up with them, and they had already successfully seized the purple cloud vital energy of 4 people in just an hour. They won every battle easily, and the enemies could not even escape. With 2 whiffs of purple cloud vital energy, entering the top 100 is almost guaranteed, the young girl said contentedly. Gongsun Wuxie curled her lips. No. There's still half a day left, and we need to seize as much as possible. If we encounter a powerful enemy we can't defeat, we can abandon part of the purple cloud vital energy to distract the enemy and seize the opportunity to escape. 1 more whiff of purple cloud vital energy is 1 more life-saving talisman. The young girl thought it was very reasonable. You're so smart. Gongsun Wuxie giggled. It was obvious what she was thinking. The 4 people she had killed were all from the 8 great factions under the jurisdiction of the Purple Cloud Palace. Only the young girl was ignorant and did not see through Gongsun Wuxie's intention of weakening the power of the Purple Cloud Palace. Haha, junior sister Gongsun, why don't I lend you a hand? A soft voice came from the 100-meter mist. Chapter 974. It was senior brother Liu. He walked over and stood 100 feet away, ensuring that he had enough reaction distance in front of the 2's extremely fast body techniques. We are all from the Red Blood Palace, and we share a common enemy. I am willing to help you. Senior brother Liu grinned. I think it will be safer if we join forces. Gongsun Wuxie had always been scheming against others. How could she trust others so easily? It seems that we don't need your help. Gongsun Wuxie pointed at the 2 whiffs of purple cloud vital energy above her head, and glanced at the 3 whiffs of purple cloud vital energy above senior brother Liu's head with caution. 3 whiffs, killing 3 people. This senior brother Liu was obviously not a kind person. Now that Gongsun Wuxie's goal had been achieved, why would she need to cooperate with strangers and increase the risk? Half of the time is about to pass. Those who can stay are people with extremely strong abilities like you and me. Although your body techniques are excellent, you may not be able to protect yourselves in the next half a day, senior brother Liu said as he looked at the 2 of them. His words were not without reason. The weak had almost been eliminated. Those who continued to hunt in the secret realm were only the top strong people. Meeting them would not be as easy and relaxing as before. Gongsun Wuxie pretended to think, and her small face showed a solemn expression. She pondered for a while and said, Okay, senior brother Liu will travel with me. I hope to meet more senior brothers and sisters on the way. Hearing that, senior brother Liu smiled slightly. I don't like him. The young girl said with a pout, staring at senior brother Liu with hostility. She only recognized Gongsun Wuxie as a like-minded comrade. Gongsun Wuxie laughed and said, Don't be like this. He is also a like-minded friend. Is that so? The young girl stared at senior brother Liu like a vigilant little beast. Senior brother Liu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he revealed a kind smile, but what he got was a cold snort from the young girl. The 3 of them temporarily formed a united front. Junior sister, what are your plans next? Senior brother Liu walked over and asked. Gongsun Wuxie said matter-of-factly, Didn't you hear it? Go to the more central area and get more purple cloud vital energy. Hearing that, senior brother Liu said, I mean, maybe I can provide some useful information. Oh, what do you mean? Gongsun Wuxie rolled her eyes. Senior brother Liu smiled mysteriously. Of course it's the literal meaning. Before I met you, I found a gang of 3 people in a swamp area in the central area. Gongsun Wuxie's eyes lit up. Which faction do they belong to? How strong are they exactly? They don't belong to any faction, senior brother Liu said. They are wandering cultivators who have gathered here. The strongest among them is only a grade 8 fairy, and the weakest is a grade 7 fairy. All 3 of them have obtained the purple cloud vital energy, and they are now hiding in the swamp. Gongsun Wuxie was tempted, and she asked, Since you've discovered it, why didn't you eliminate it along the way? You even came here to look for helpers. Senior apprentice brother Liu said, Of course it's because senior apprentice brother can't complete it alone. That swamp is a little strange, as it's constantly changing. Once you step into it, You'll easily fall into it if you don't have agile body movements. I saw with my own eyes that a 5th grade Almighty mistakenly entered the swamp in order to chase after those 3 people. He was swallowed on the spot and eliminated. My 2 junior sisters' body movements are remarkable, so I'm sure you'll be able to walk in the swamp like it's flat ground. Hence, I'm here to tell you about those 3 people. Swamp area. Gongsun Wuxie looked at the young girl. The young girl nodded coldly. Yes, there is indeed a swamp in the central region, called the Ruolan Swamp. If you've cultivated special techniques, you'll be able to adapt to the dangerous swamps in the swamp. It's indeed a suitable hiding place. I reckon that there might be more than just those 3 people hiding there. The more people hiding there, the more hunters there would be. After pondering for a moment, Gongsun Wuxie looked expectant. All right, let's go to the Ruolan Swamp. The 3 of them set off immediately. Not long after they left, Suyu rushed over from 1,000 meters away. He stared in their direction and murmured to himself, Ruolan Swamp? What is senior brother Liu up to? With Gongsun Wuxie and the young girl, senior brother Liu couldn't do anything about their strength alone. If he attacked forcefully, he would most likely be killed instead. He must have made some arrangements in the Ruolan Swamp. If Suyu showed himself now, he wouldn't be able to expose senior brother Liu. Hence, he might as well follow them and act according to the situation. An hour later, the fog in front of them became even thicker, and the water vapor gradually increased. The ground under their feet was no longer solid soil, but a muddy path. They seemed to be approaching a place with abundant water. We've arrived at the Ruolan Swamp. According to the marks I left on the road, it should be less than 300 meters away from the 3 of you. Junior sisters, get ready, senior brother Liu said in a low voice and vigilantly. Gongsun Wuxie stared at her surroundings, her toes tapping lightly on the ground like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The mud was soft and muddy, but her and the young girl's feet were clean and bright, without a speck of dust or dirt. It was because of this high-speed movement that they were able to walk on flat ground. On the other hand, half of senior brother Liu's body had already sunk into the mud, and it was very difficult for him to take a step forward. If he forced himself to continue, he would likely encounter a whirlpool hidden under the mud, and he might be engulfed by it. It was very dangerous. Junior sisters, I can only send you this far. The rest is up to you, senior brother Liu said helplessly as he stopped in his tracks. Gongsun Wuxie glanced at his situation and nodded. All right, take care. When she finished speaking, she stepped into the fog with the young girl and ran 300 meters away. After walking 200 meters, when they could no longer detect each other's presence, Gongsun Wuxie suddenly pulled the young girl and quickly changed their direction. They made a circle and walked back instead of running 300 meters away. What's wrong? Why didn't you kill those 3 guys? The young girl asked, puzzled. Gongsun Wuxie sneered. You want to fool people with such a small trick? That senior brother Liu is not trustworthy. I think what awaits us 300 meters ahead is definitely not the 3 weaklings that he said. It could be a trap. Now, let's go back and see what he is doing. Wouldn't it be clear at a glance? Gongsun Wuxie's eyes flickered with wisdom. After a long while, when they rushed back to the place where the 3 of them had separated, they found that senior brother Liu was no longer there. There were no signs of him struggling to get out of the mud where he had sunk into it. There was only a hole that he had easily gotten out of, and a line of footprints that extended 300 meters away. Obviously, after they left, senior brother Liu had left the swamp and followed them secretly. Judging from the depth of the footprints in the swamp, senior brother Liu seemed to have some way of defying gravity and walking in the swamp as if it were flat ground. Humph, there is indeed a problem. Let's follow him and give him a surprise. Gongsun Wuxie sneered and followed him with the young girl. At this moment, senior brother Liu was curled up in a cluster of reeds floating in the swamp 300 meters away. His eyes were fixed on the fog in front of him, and his brows were furrowed from time to time. Strange, they were killed so quickly, without even making a sound. Staring at the thick fog in front of him, senior brother Liu's eyes were full of fear, and his aura was restrained very skillfully. After waiting for about half an hour, senior brother Liu confirmed that there was no sound, and he couldn't help but say, it seems that they most likely won't come back. I heard that Gongsun Wuxie is called the Eastern Heretic in the Outer Sanctum, and she is clever and strange. But now, it seems that she is just SOSO, and she was killed just like that. Getting up slowly, senior brother Liu stepped on a green leaf that was as tall as a human, and slowly slid backward in the swamp. It was with this method that he could step on the swamp without sinking. Chapter 975. A soft shout reverberated in the mist. The clouds parted, and two petite figures appeared in front of them. Why are you? Senior brother Liu was startled. Why were they behind him? Gongsun Wuxie crossed her arms in front of her chest and glanced at the treasure at his feet. She said with a faint smile, Senior brother Liu, you can walk. You really made me worried. The young girl, Meili, had a cold look on her face. Humph. I knew you were up to no good. Sister Wuxie is right. You are harboring evil intentions. Is there any danger ahead? Senior Marshal brother Liu was shocked. His expression changed several times before he smiled apologetically. Junior Marshal sisters, you've misunderstood. Senior Marshal brother felt uneasy letting the two of you go alone, so he decided to take the risk and come here to check on the two Junior Marshal sisters. Gongsun Wuxie waved the heavens-made divine crossbow in her hand and said with a smile, Oh? Senior brother, you must be very disappointed with the situation. Meili touched her teeth, and her right foot moved in the swamp. She looked angry as if she was about to attack. Now that things had come to this, trying to resolve it with flowery words was no different from a fool's dream. Senior brother Liu's heart thumped. Things had gone beyond his expectations, or rather, he had miscalculated. Gongsun Wuxie was more cunning than he had expected. His plan had failed, and he had fallen into a passive situation. Junior sister, when possible, one should forgive and forget. If we fight here, neither of us will benefit. To tell you the truth, there is a faction that is not friendly with the Red Blood Palace ahead, and there are a few extremely powerful disciples there. If they are alarmed, we will both be in trouble, Senior brother Liu said in a low voice. Gongsun Wuxie set up the heavens-made divine crossbow and sneered. You are the one who will be in trouble, not us. She believed that with her and Meili's speed, no one in the entire mystery realm could catch up with them. No matter how powerful they were, they lacked movement techniques and speed. What could they do to them? On the contrary, even if senior brother Liu was not eliminated by them, he would inevitably be eliminated by that group of people. Senior brother Liu's face suddenly turned gloomy. Gongsun Wuxie, think carefully. Who are you offending by eliminating me? His heart was thumping, and he was extremely nervous. He had waited so long for the glittering jewel wonderland. If he was eliminated here, wouldn't he miss a great opportunity? No matter what, he could not be eliminated. He was already regretting getting rid of Gongsun Wuxie along the way. I was too careless. Haha, whether I forgive you or not, your senior sister Tianyu, who thinks highly of herself, might not accept this favor from me. Instead, she might think that it's because I fear her and feel that it's only natural. Since that's the case, do I have a reason to let you go? Whoosh! Gongsun Wuxie shot the heavens-made divine crossbow mercilessly. Powerful fire attribute runes erupted with raging flames that surged into the sky. Faced with a powerful blow that could destroy even a peak 9th grade Almighty, how could senior brother Liu, who was only a 7th grade Almighty, dare to take it head-on? Ah! Gongsun Wuxie, you will regret this. Senior brother Liu urged the dark green leaf beneath his feet, and with a spin on the spot, he dashed to the side. Bang! The shockwave brought about by the powerful flames splashed soil all over the sky. Senior Marshal brother Liu, together with his leaf magic treasure, was thrown off balance. Seeing that he was about to be destroyed by the raging flames, senior brother Liu let out a loud roar. The leaf magic treasure emitted a soft green light, wrapping him up like a dumpling. When the raging flames attacked, the dark green leaves gradually withered and were gradually burned away. However, senior brother Liu, who was inside it, managed to escape. Let's see how many magic treasures you have. Gongsun Wuxie launched another attack. Senior brother Liu was both shocked and furious. He had yet to recover from the previous attack, and now he had to face the same terrifying attack. Gritting his teeth, senior brother Liu threw out 3 dark green leaves in a row. Two of them grew in the wind, forming a giant leaf that was 1,000 feet long. Two of them joined together, forming a huge wall that separated senior brother Liu from the exploding flames behind him. At the same time, the last dark green leaf wrapped around senior brother Liu. Like a stone puppet, he rolled rapidly above the swamp. His speed was extremely fast, not any slower than Gongsun Wuxie's and the young girl's body movement technique. In just 2 or 3 breaths, he had escaped more than 100 feet away. Once he was out of the sight of the two girls and restrained his aura, he would be considered to have successfully escaped. Meili, I'll leave him to you. Gongsun Wuxie snorted coldly. She once again urged the heavens-made divine crossbow to destroy the dark green leaves that were shrouding them. Meili gritted her canine teeth and said fiercely, "How dare he scheme against me? I'll beat him to death." With a whistling sound, Meili broke through the wall of fire and headed straight for senior brother Liu. Gongsun Wuxie followed closely behind. The two girls chased after senior brother Liu with a murderous aura. Senior brother Liu's expression changed drastically. He urged the dark green leaf to wrap around him and flee quickly. Panic was written all over his face. He no longer had the leaf, so he could no longer stop the two girls. Once this leaf was used up, there would be no way for him to escape. He had been the hunter just now, but now he was the pathetic prey. "Where do you think you're going?" Gongsun Wuxie laughed coldly. She followed Meili 100 feet away, locking onto senior brother Liu's aura. However, at this moment, Gongsun Wuxie seemed to have sensed something. The jade pendant on her chest pulsed rapidly, as if it was warning her. "Meili, be careful. There's danger," Gongsun Wuxie said. She quickly took out a few thumb-sized bones and threw them around her. Immediately, white skeletons grew from the depths of the ground and surrounded her. If she had sensed it, how could Meili, who was as sensitive as a beast, not have sensed it? "Who's there?" Meili's exposed arms, neck, and legs suddenly gushed out of her body, streaks of mystical runes. Her skin turned from dark to the color of wheat, which was extremely shiny. From afar, she looked like a wheat-colored metal man. The faint sound of something breaking through the air caused the air to tremble. However, the chirping of the cicadas came from all directions, making it impossible to determine the specific direction. Swoosh! Suddenly, a blood-red arrow light seemed to appear out of thin air and landed 50 feet in front of Gongsun Wuxie. At such a close distance, no matter how fast Gongsun Wuxie's movement technique was, there was no room for her to turn around. Fortunately, she was prepared. She used the white bone cage and sealed herself within it. The white bones let out a soft sound and blocked the blood-red arrow light. Surprisingly, the extremely tough bones were nailed into them by the arrow light. Looking over, a blood-red feather arrow was coldly inserted into the white bones. If she had been shot just now, Gongsun Wuxie's body would have been penetrated by the powerful force, causing it to explode. At the same time, Meili was also attacked by the arrow. Ding! The sound of metal colliding was heard, followed by a muffled groan. Meili's petite body was crushed by the red light and flew backward, crashing into the white bones. Her body couldn't block the arrow, and her shoulder armor was pierced through. This was the result of her trying her best to avoid being hit in the vital parts at the critical moment. Gongsun Wuxie immediately let go of the cage and pulled the injured Meili in. Her eyes were cold as she stared into the depths of the mist. A great sense of crisis came over her. As for senior brother Liu, he had already left the moment the blood-red arrow light appeared. After 300 meters, he looked behind him with lingering fear and wiped his cold sweat. Luckily, they didn't find me. Recalling his embarrassing state, he couldn't help but laugh hideously. However, those two little b** keys have finally been eliminated, right? Chimph, they want to eliminate me? In their dreams. Putting away the leaf, he was about to get up and leave this area as soon as possible. However, at this moment, a clear voice suddenly fell into his ears. "I see that you're very skilled at rolling on the ground. Why do you need to get up? Isn't it better to continue rolling?" Chapter 976. Senior brother Liu was shocked at first, but when he saw Su Yu's face, he was dumbfounded. "It's you." Coming to his senses, senior brother Liu immediately looked around. When he was sure that Su Yu was alone, he was pleasantly surprised. "Are you alone?" It was unbelievable that Su Yu would appear in front of him alone. He was worried about not being able to find Su Yu and fulfill senior sister Tianyu's request. Su Yu crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly, "Oh? Senior brother Liu, do you want me to be alone or with many people?" Senior brother Liu removed the emerald green leaves from his body. The leaves immediately turned yellow and lost their spirituality. Straightening up, senior brother Liu did not hide his hostility at all. He sneered. "I don't know if you're really stupid or just pretending to be. Senior sister Tianyu warned you, and yet you still dare to appear in front of me. That's fine, but how dare you speak so rudely? If I don't eliminate you, it'll be intolerable." Su Yu was unruffled. "Is that so? Aren't you afraid that Palace Mistress Mo will question me after I'm transported out?" Senior brother Liu smiled. "Complain all you want. Based on my observation, the number of strong men who can stay in the Purple Cloud secret realm this time probably doesn't exceed 100 people, and the Red Blood Palace counts every single one of them as a candidate. Do you think that Palace Mistress Mo will make things difficult for a pillar of the faction who's about to enter the glittering jewel wonderland to look for opportunities just for an eliminated person?" There were many strong men who continuously eliminated acquaintances. Therefore, it was likely that more than 100 people would be eliminated in the end. Among the 60 people from the Red Blood Palace, those who could enter the top 100 might be lower than expected. Under such circumstances, any qualified place was precious. Why would Mo Tianxian seek justice for the eliminated? Su Yu stroked his chin and said with a look of realization, "I see. Thank you, senior brother Liu, for resolving my worries." Senior brother Liu said disdainfully, "Ridiculous. You don't even know what you're talking about when you're about to die. I'll send you out right now." When he finished, senior brother Liu stepped on the swamp and leaped up like a big bird. Vital energy surged from his right palm. The powerful vital energy of a 7th grade Almighty condensed into a long spear, piercing through Su Yu's skull from top to bottom. Su Yu's expression did not change. With a shake of his sleeve, a withered black claw appeared. The claw was full of eerie ghost energy, making one shudder with fear. Waves of remnant all creation's mighty force were faintly discernible. Senior brother Liu, whose face was filled with murderous intent, suddenly felt a wave of all creation's force. His expression changed abruptly, and he retracted the long spear that was about to fall down. He shouted in a deep voice, "Stop! What is that?" From the ghost claw, he felt an indescribable danger. Su Yu held Ghost Claw's arm and slowly lifted it up. "Of course it's to send senior brother out." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword at senior brother Liu. "How dare you!" Senior brother Liu was shocked and furious. In his eyes, Su Yu was just a disciple from the outside sanctum. Perhaps he was proficient in Mu words and had some outstanding points, but in terms of cultivation and strength, he was mediocre. He was like an ant that could be stepped on and crushed to death by him at any time. Who would have known that this child was actually hiding such a ghost claw of unknown origin? Its power was astonishing. When Su Yu heard his threat, it was as if Su Yu did not hear it, and the bone claw slammed down from the sky. With a creepy ghost shriek, the ghost energy in the ghost claw surged and formed a 30 feet thick mass of ghost fog. From the mass of fog, a 20 feet long virtual shadow of a ghost claw stretched out and grabbed at senior brother Liu, who was in the air. Senior brother Liu yelled furiously, "You're courting death." He hurled the long spear in his palm at once. Screech! The ear-piercing sound of the explosion shook the surroundings as the two collided. The long spear was crushed by the ghost claw, and the virtual shadow of the ghost claw was pierced through as well, leaving a hole as thick as an arm. Near the hole, cracks spread out in all directions until the ghost claw shattered. When the virtual shadow of the ghost claw struck senior brother Liu, all that was left was a mass of remnant ghost energy, which was extinguished by senior brother Liu's palms. The two collided head-on, and they were equally matched. Senior brother Liu's face was gloomy, and he stared at the ghost claw in Su Yu's palm. Su Yu felt a little regretful. After all, the all creation's mighty force in the ghost claw was only a few feeble whiffs. After killing the Shao's family master last time, More than half of it had been consumed. Now that its power was greatly diminished, it would be very difficult to kill a 7th-grade almighty like Senior Brother Liu. Now that the all-creation's mighty force in the ghost claw was almost exhausted, it had lost most of its power, except for its sturdiness. It was difficult to use it now. Fine, I'd like to see how many more treasures like this you have. Senior Brother Liu was furious. His hands drew a wonderful arc in front of his chest, and a mass of clear radiance appeared on top of his head. Divine Seal. He was going to use the power of his own Divine Seal. Generally speaking, the Divine Seal was the strongest power of the Almighty. Once it was used, it would mean the strongest blow. When Su Yu first came into contact with the Almighty, the Divine Seal was what he feared the most. However, after so many battles, Su Yu was much calmer now. Staring at the Divine Seal that his opponent was about to use, he said, "Fine, I'll try the power of the talisman treasure that I've condensed." An ancient, pale yellow talisman fell lightly into his palm, emitting a lustrous brilliance. The pattern of a sun was engraved in the center of the talisman, emitting a piercingly cold aura. At that moment, Senior Brother Liu used the Divine Seal. It was a large, pitch-black seal, and a giant, pitch-black bird was carved on it. Its beak was extremely long and sharp, and it was filled with ferocious inverted teeth. It looked very hideous. After the Divine Seal appeared, the carved ferocious bird's eyeballs flickered, and it flew out of the Divine Seal. With a shrill shriek, the clouds and mist tumbled, and the spiritual energy vibrated. Su Yu, who was close at hand, was affected by the sound, and he immediately became restless, unable to calm down. An irrepressible ferocious energy grew madly from the depths of his heart like weeds, causing Su Yu to gradually lose his rationality. "Soul attack," Su Yu said. This unknown ferocious bird was adept at soul attacks that affected one's rationality. If one did not have a way to defend himself, he would soon be controlled by the ferocious bird and become a beast that had lost its rationality. In a duel between experts, a single mistake could determine the outcome of the battle, let alone losing one's rationality. Sure enough, just as Su Yu was lost in thought, Senior Brother Liu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Like a cunning rabbit, his fingers formed into claws, and he struck at Su Yu's head. There was no need for him to kill Su Yu. All he had to do was make Su Yu feel that his life was in danger, and he would be eliminated. Resign yourself to your fate. Under my Divine Seal, even an 8th-grade Almighty might not be able to withstand it completely, let alone you. Senior Brother Liu said with a victorious smile. "Goodbye, Junior Brother." However, just as he was about to strike Su Yu's chest, Su Yu's eyes suddenly shone with clarity, and he threw out the talisman in his palm just in time. "Indeed, it's time to say goodbye, Senior Brother." Su Yu's lips curled into a smile, and he softly uttered the word explode. Rumble. All of a sudden, the talisman exploded, and a gigantic blazing sun appeared abruptly. The sunlight that it emitted pierced through the dense fog, illuminating the entire mountaintop in an instant, making it as bright as day. Senior Brother Liu was engulfed by the sunlight, and his eyes were so piercing that he could hardly open them. Even Su Yu, who was right in front of him, could not recognize him clearly. He let out a startled cry. The heaven-extinguishing Divine Palm's talisman? Impossible. It was the lost art of the Central Prefecture Guards, and it was the second style that very few people had successfully cultivated. How could a talisman sealed by the moon palm appear in the blessed and heavenly lands? But before he could think about it, Senior Brother Liu felt a great crisis. It was a crisis that made him feel death. Once such a crisis appeared, he would lose his right to enter the glittering jewel wonderland. No. With a loud roar, Senior Brother Liu operated the vital energy in his body, condensing an armor on the surface of his body in a futile attempt to withstand the blow. However, the armor condensed by vital energy dissipated like a breeze in the sunlight. Senior Brother Liu bellowed indignantly. He was engulfed by a descending space, and soon disappeared in the dense fog, leaving only 3 whiffs of purple cloud vital energy behind. When the sunlight dissipated, the surroundings were once again shrouded in dense fog. But the scene alarmed most of the secret realm. The sudden illumination exposed the traces and locations of many people who were hiding in the dense fog. Of course, The source of the light was even more exposed. Jiyu Taishu and Lu Chuyi stood at the peak of a mountain, overlooking the area. Lanru or swamp, heaven-extinguishing divine palm. Lu Chuyi frowned slightly. Could it be that someone from the central prefecture has sneaked into the 18 blessed and heavenly lands? Jiyu Taishu's eyes were filled with a profound look, as if he was thinking about something. He said, "It shouldn't be. The central prefecture has its own recommendation quota, so there's no need to plant a pawn in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. But the heaven-extinguishing divine palm is the unique skill of the central prefecture guards, and it has never been taught to outsiders. Apart from them, no one else is proficient in it," Lu Chuyi said. Jiyu Taishu shook his head lightly. "Indeed, it won't be taught to outsiders. But I know someone who is proficient in the heaven-extinguishing divine palm." "Who is it?" Lu Chuyi noticed that there was something in Jiyu Taishu's eyes that she had never seen before. It seemed like excitement, killing intent, and hatred, as if he had discovered an enemy that he hadn't seen for a long time. As far as she could remember, Jiyu Taishu had never taken any geniuses of the same level seriously, and he had never been defeated. So, how could he be an enemy? All of a sudden, a figure appeared in Lu Chuyi's mind. If there was really someone who had defeated Jiyu Taishu, then there was only one person. In the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, Jiyu Taishu had once been defeated by someone. That person. Lu Chuyi's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. She gritted her teeth, and her pretty eyes were filled with either anticipation or fear. "I don't know, but I'll know once I go over and confirm it." A cold look appeared on Jiyu Taishu's face as he muttered to himself, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." In the distance, Tianyu and Bing Wuqing stood side by side, and they also looked in the direction of the light source. Heaven-extinguishing divine palm? Humph, the people of the central prefecture are too bold, Tianyu said coldly. Bing Wuqing smiled sweetly. Only she knew where the heaven-extinguishing divine palm came from. Her pretty eyes flickered slightly, and Bing Wuqing said meaningfully, "Do you want to see this person's demeanor?" Somewhere, Bai Shanliang was laughing and counting the purple cloud vital energy above his head. He suddenly looked at the end of the light source, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Heaven-extinguishing divine palm? Strange. There's no reason for the central prefecture to plant people here. Moreover, they exposed their identities in such a panic. Aren't they afraid of being besieged by the geniuses of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands? Bai Shanliang's eyes shifted, and he said, "Haha, anyway, I've accumulated enough purple cloud vital energy. Why don't we go over and watch the show?" In the outside world, the true man of the purple cloud and Mo Tianxian also noticed the abnormality in the secret realm. The true man of the purple cloud raised his eyelids slightly, and then lowered them slowly. He didn't seem surprised. "Oh, the talisman treasure of the heaven-extinguishing divine palm is rare. I wonder which disciple found it." Mo Tianxian said, "It should be the purple cloud palace. Our red blood palace doesn't have such a rich and imposing disciple." Swoosh. Right at that moment, senior brother Liu was transported out. Mo Tianxian frowned. "You were sent out by the heaven-extinguishing divine palm?" Senior brother Liu realized that he had been transported out, and he couldn't accept the fact that he had been eliminated. The glittering jewel wonderland, the once-in-a-century opportunity of the continent, had passed by just like that. After being stunned for a while, he came to his senses, and his face was full of resentment. "Su Yuxian, I will not live under the same sky as you." Destroying one's future was like killing one's parents. Upon hearing that, Mo Tianxian thought to herself, "Why is it Su Yuxian again?" The true man of the purple cloud couldn't help but look curious. The former was Tang Ling, and the latter was senior brother Liu. Two top experts of the Red Blood Palace had been eliminated by him in a row. If it was luck the first time, was it luck again this time? "Haha, Palace Master Mo, it seems that this rich and imposing disciple is from your palace," the true man of the purple cloud said with a smile. Mo Tianxian was embarrassed and annoyed. Su Yuxian. When he came out, she would teach him a lesson. Most importantly, where did the talisman treasure of the heaven-extinguishing divine palm come from? Inside the secret realm. Su Yu eliminated senior brother Liu, and the 3 whiffs of purple cloud vital energy that he had obtained, plus the one left behind by senior brother Liu, made a total of 4 whiffs, all of which belonged to Su Yu. Including Su Yu's own, there were a total of 5 whiffs of purple cloud vital energy. The 5 whiffs fused to form a purple crown, which was very vague. I wonder what the use of gathering enough purple cloud vital energy to form a solid crown will be, Su Yu said. The mode of seizing the purple cloud vital energy should be a common practice among the students of the Purple Cloud Palace. In the past, the amount of vital energy seized would determine the results, and there would most likely be corresponding rewards and punishments. He just didn't know if there would be rewards and punishments for their competition this time. Having no time to think about it, Su Yu immediately stepped into the swamp ahead, because he could see that Gongsun Wuxie and Mei Li were in great trouble. Gongsun Wuxie and Mei Li were protected by the bone prison, so they were safe and sound for the time being. However, the blood-colored light arrows were endless, one after another. Not only did they seal the 2 of them in the prison, but they couldn't escape easily. The blood-colored light arrows continued to break through the bone prison, and each arrow hit the previous one precisely, causing the light arrows that were nailed into the bone prison to penetrate it continuously. Gongsun Wuxie was distressed by the sight. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws angrily. "Which B***starred is it? Come out if you dare." The other party remained hidden in the dense fog, and for some unknown reason, he didn't show himself, suppressing the 2 of them in the prison just like that. It was foreseeable that the other party's means weren't just to suppress them. There must be more powerful means in preparation. The purpose was to annihilate the 2 of them in one fell swoop. As expected, a strong wave came from the depths of the dense fog, as if some powerful move that had been prepared for a long time was about to be launched. Gongsun Wuxie's ominous premonition grew stronger. She hefted the heavens-made divine crossbow and fired a fire-based talisman at the place where the wave was emanating. Fierce flames covered the sky and covered the earth, and any 9th-grade almighty would be killed in an instant. However, a layer of blood-red light screen appeared in the depths of the dense fog, and it easily blocked the sea of flames outside. Vaguely, Gongsun Wuxie seemed to see an extremely gigantic silhouette. It was 100 feet tall, and it had a burly build. Its eyes were brewing with extremely brilliant yellow halos. That halos was what made Gongsun Wuxie feel threatened. Chapter 977. That figure was definitely not human. Boom. Boom. Booming sounds erupted from the giant's eyes like 2 muffled thunders, causing the fog in the entire space to roll at the same time. 2 yellow halos slowly spread out from the giant's eyes, like 2 poisonous snakes coming out of their caves. The halos contained some kind of supreme power, very close to the all creation's mighty force. As soon as it appeared, the entire space in the secret realm began to tremble slightly. Everyone in the secret realm felt extremely uneasy, as if they would be transported out of the secret realm at any time. Jiyu Taishu, Lu Chuyi, Bing Wuqing, Tian Yu, and Bai Shanliang, who were rushing over, all had a change of expression on their faces. All creation's mighty force. Lu Chuyi's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. The secret realm has special restrictions. All creations, or an all creations attack, will be transported out. What's going on? There had never been such a situation in the secret realm before. Now, there was only one possibility. One of the people participating in the selection had a treasure that surpassed the all creation's mighty force. The Purple Cloud secret realm limited the power below the all creation's level for 2 reasons. One was to protect the secret realm from being destroyed by the all creation's mighty force, and the other was to ensure the safety of the participants. Although the secret realm could transport those who encountered danger away in time, there was a prerequisite. The power of space transportation was not affected. The all creation's mighty force was a power that could affect space transportation. If it was attacked by the all creation's mighty force, the secret realm could not transport the attacked person out. Even if the participants did not know about this, they should understand the severity of the situation. The person who had used the all creation's mighty force had obviously intended to take the opportunity to kill. But who dared to kill in front of them, and who was the one who was attacked? If there was no great hatred, no one would do so. After all, The leaders of the various sects were guarding outside. If they angered a leader who had lost a disciple, they might not be able to escape safely. Jiyu Taishu revealed a faint smile. "I've finally met an interesting person, and the direction is where the light source is." Bing Wuqing, Tian Yu, Bai Shanliang, and the others sped up and rushed over. The remaining experts in the secret realm also sensed the powerful energy. After some thought, they all headed towards the secret realm at the same time. In the outside world, the eyebrows of Mo Tianxian and the true man of the purple cloud twitched at the same time, and hints of murderous intent reverberated in their eyes. All creation's mighty force, but it's suppressed within the limits permitted by the secret zone. Someone is deliberately using this place to kill someone. The true man of the purple cloud narrowed his eyes, and there was a hint of coldness in his words. The suspect was undoubtedly the Red Blood Palace. In the blessed and heavenly lands, only the two great sects had all creation's experts on the surface. Mo Tianxuan's eyes turned cold. "Humph, do I need to be sneaky if I want to get rid of your geniuses?" Upon hearing this, the true man of the purple cloud fell into deep thought. Based on his understanding of Mo Tianxian, although this woman did not act according to common sense, she was a person who dared to take responsibility for her actions. Since he denied it, it was highly likely that it wasn't him. The true man of the purple cloud narrowed his eyes and glanced at the leaders of the other 16 major sects. He said coldly, "If anyone is sacrificed because of this, no matter who it is, I will find him and destroy his body and soul." The sect leaders of the 16 sects all wore fearful expressions. They were also curious as to which sect had brought the all creation's mighty force inside. Inside the secret zone, yellow halos shot out of the giant's eyes, like two giant pythons, and headed straight for Gongsun Wuxie and Mei Li. A great crisis enveloped the two of them at the same time. Gongsun Wuxie touched the necklace on her neck subconsciously. A projection of her father was sealed in it. Once she crushed it, she could summon the projection. But if that was really the case, according to the agreement between her and her father, it meant that Gongsun Wuxie had encountered an irresistible danger. For safety's sake, all the risks had to end here. She would return to the severed fairy cliff and lose the right to go out. Therefore, Gongsun Wuxie would never use the projection until the last moment. "Mei Li, let's attack together," Gongsun Wuxie yelled. She set up the heavens-made divine crossbow and shot it at the two dim yellow giant pythons. Mei Li gritted her teeth and bit her little finger. She sacrificed a drop of bright blood essence and threw it into the air. All of a sudden, a turbulent, barbaric aura surged out from the blood essence. A shadow in the shape of a cheetah stood majestically in the void. That figure was like the king of ferocious beasts, emitting absolute power. With a roar, the cheetah pounced forward like a streak of light. Its front claws were extremely sharp, leaving pitch-black lines in the space of the secret realm, as if it was going to split the secret realm in half. This was also a power that was close to the limit of the secret realm. Mei Li's little face quickly turned pale. That drop of blood essence had obviously come at a great price. Gongsun Wuxie's eyes brightened, and she shot out several runes in a row. The runes overlapped, and their power soared. Both of their attacks far exceeded the 9th grade Almighty, approaching the all creation's mighty force. The huge commotion shocked the experts who had rushed over. Mei Li's blood soul summoning technique. She's in danger. Lu Chuyi's expression changed during the flight. Jiyu Taishu, who had been calm all this while, frowned. Why is it Leah? They had never thought that the one who was attacked with extreme power would be Mei Li. As the third-ranked genius expert of the Purple Cloud Palace, she had high hopes. Someone had dared to attack her. "You're courting death." Jiyu Taishu snorted coldly. A crack opened between his brows, and a towering purple light covered more than half of the secret realm. The endless white fog was penetrated, and the invisible gravity that was suppressing people was reduced by half. Therefore, the distance of dozens of miles, for a peak almighty like Jiyu Taishu, was but a blink of an eye. The power of his bloodline could actually break the suppression of the secret realm. With a hint of coldness and murderous intent, Jiyu Taishu took a step forward. In the depths of the swamp, the combined attack of Gongsun Wuxie and Mei Li could be considered the ultimate power of the Almighty. Among the ninth grade Almighty, only a few could withstand it. The two attacks each bombarded a giant yellow python. The cheetah that Meili had transformed from a drop of blood pounced over with a momentum that could devour mountains and rivers. The shadow of the cheetah and the giant yellow python were entangled on the spot, and they were locked in a stalemate in the void for a moment. However, soon, the cheetah emitted a yellow halo from the inside out, and its body was smashed by the giant python. Gongsun Wuxie's runes and the erupting sea of fire were nothing to the giant yellow python. It swiftly passed through the sea of fire and headed straight for the bone. The two women were shocked. "What kind of secret technique is that?" Meili exclaimed. Even Jiyu Taishu had to be cautious of her blood soul summoning technique. But in front of the yellow halo, it was extremely weak. Gongsun Wuxie was equally shocked. She had launched so many talismans at the same time, and the power that erupted was still no match for the yellow halo. What exactly was that giant figure? How could its attack be so powerful? There was no time to think. Gongsun Wuxie and Meili felt a strong threat of death. The power of space appeared involuntarily around them. The secret realm had sensed their danger and was preparing to transport them away. However, after the space appeared, it immediately became chaotic. Not only did it fail to transport them, but it also densely covered them with tiny space turbulence. Damn it! Gongsun Wuxie grabbed a handful of silver-white talismans from the pocket at her waist, emitting bursts of space power. Space talismans? Meili opened her mouth wide in disbelief. Space talismans were the rarest type of talismans, because there were only 10 people who could make them. The 9 great prefectures' kings, the Duanxian Cliff Master. Only 10 supreme strong men of the mortal fairy realm could make space talismans. If one was not their direct descendant, it was hard to imagine that they would deliberately make space talismans and give them to defend themselves. Moreover, Gongsun Wuxie wasn't holding just one, but a handful of them. These talismans were used by Gongsun Wuxie to save her life. Each of them could accurately transport her to a certain distance to avoid danger. But now, the space nearby was chaotic, making it impossible to use space teleportation. "We can only fight it head-on." Gongsun Wuxie withdrew the talismans and raised her hand to throw out a talisman engraved with mountains. The mountains were vivid and lifelike, full of charm. 8 layers cliff. The talisman exploded and transformed into 8 cliffs that were 1,000 feet tall. The cliffs were steep and straight, surrounded by white clouds, full of mystery. At the top of the cliffs, densely packed broken swords could be vaguely seen. It was like a sword tomb, giving off a sharp feeling. Severed Fairy Cliff. Meili's bright eyes widened in surprise. The cliff in front of them was very much like the rumored Severed Fairy Cliff, an underground king that controlled the dark forces of the continent. Legend had it that the Severed Fairy Cliff was artificially forged with meteorites from outer space. It was extremely hard, and no weapon could break the Severed Fairy Cliff. The shadows of the 8 Severed Fairy Cliffs overlapped, forming 8 layers of defense. Each layer was no less than a 9th grade peak Almighty expert's defense. Rumble. 2 streaks of yellow light pierced through the first cliff like pieces of paper. Rumble. Then came the second cliff. Rumble. Rumble. The third. The fourth. The fifth. It was not until the 7th mountain that the speed of the yellow halos finally slowed down. But it was only 10% slower. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering boom rang out as the 8th mountain was pierced through. The shadow of the 8 mountains was equivalent to the combined defense of 8 9th-grade peak Almighty experts. However, it was still easily broken by the yellow halos. Then came the white bone cage. With a cracking sound, 3 white bones were ruthlessly destroyed by the yellow halos, shooting toward the 2 people in the bone cage. Gongsun Wuxie gasped. The power of the yellow halos was far beyond her expectations. There was anxiety in her eyes. It was too late to use any method to defend herself. She could only crush the projection jade pendant on her neck and summon her father's projection. But doing so would be equivalent to giving up her freedom. "Watch me." At the critical moment, Meili let out a low shout and bit her finger again, taking out a drop of blood essence. At this moment, the blood essence transformed into a huge black tortoise shadow, its whole body filled with an ancient aura. Come with me. Mei Li grabbed Gongsun Wuxie, and at the last moment, she entered the black tortoise shadow. Rumble. Just then, 2 yellow halos descended. The black tortoise shadow trembled violently, but it managed to hold the yellow halos in a stalemate. Gongsun Wuxie's expression relaxed, and she said happily, "You're really powerful." But, as her arms sank, Mei Li closed her eyes. Due to extreme fatigue, she fell into a deep sleep in her arms. After using the power of the blood essence twice, Mei Li fainted immediately. Gongsun Wuxie wasn't much better. She had continuously used the heavens-made divine crossbow, which had consumed most of her vital energy and physical strength. The short fight had already exhausted her. What made her despair was that the black tortoise couldn't block it completely. After a short stalemate, the 2 yellow halos pierced through the black tortoise. The black tortoise shadow dissipated, and the 2 of them were completely exposed. The yellow halos swept towards the 2 of them like lightning. Gongsun Wuxie clenched her teeth, holding Mei Li with one hand and making a final struggle with the other. Heaven and Earth Seal. The moment the black tortoise blocked it, she got a chance to attack. A blue and white seal was tossed in front of him. The seal rotated in the air, and a shocking space suction force erupted from within, sucking everything in its surroundings into the seal. Inside the seal was a man-made space. Once sucked in, it was equivalent to being exiled into an independent space, unable to get out. Such a self-contained space treasure could only be forged with the mortal fairy's strength. With a whoosh, the 2 yellow halos were sucked into the seal. But, before Gongsun Wuxie could rejoice, the seal suddenly trembled, and the surface of its body emitted a flickering light. How is this possible? Gongsun Wuxie was shocked. She had a bad premonition, and she grabbed Mei Li and retreated quickly. However, it was too late to retreat now. The seal suddenly expanded rapidly, from the size of a fist to the size of a head, and its light flickered rapidly. Bang! A loud noise shook the inside and outside of the secret realm, like a bolt from the blue, resounding in all directions. The space treasure, the Heaven and Earth Seal, actually exploded. The space fluctuation that erupted brought about a shocking shock wave of airflow. Gongsun Wuxie and Mei Li were the first to bear the brunt, and they were blown away like dust. Mei Li was shaken out of Gongsun Wuxie's arms, and she flew backward along with the dust that filled the sky. Gongsun Wuxie opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her petite body was sent flying like a stone. What was worse was that the 2 yellow halos were intact, and they shot towards the 2 of them separately. The one that shot towards Gongsun Wuxie was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of her when she was injured. Gongsun Wuxie was in the midst of being wounded, and she didn't even have time to crush the jade pendant on her neck before she was forced into a desperate situation. In her mind, the scenes of her life flashed, and the shadow of death quickly shrouded her heart. "It's over," Gongsun Wuxie murmured, and her vision was covered by the yellow halos. She knew that this was the last color she would see in her life. Just as she was about to close her eyes and accept the fate of death, a ray of purple light suddenly covered the yellow halos. For a moment, Gongsun Wuxie even felt as if time and space had been frozen. When she came to her senses, her waist was already held by a hot and powerful hand, and her body was retreating lightly. Subconsciously, she looked up, and her pupils constricted fiercely. He had snow-white hair, a silver mask, and a pair of eyes that were as deep as the stars. It was as if a universe was hidden within them. The surprise of being saved from a hopeless situation, and the emotion of crying tears of joy, turned into hot tears that rolled down from the corners of her eyes. "Brother Su Yu, you came to save me." Gongsun Wuxie choked with joy. She had thought that her life had come to an end, but Su Yu had pulled her back from the brink of death at the last moment. The feeling of coming back to life after death was indescribable. She looked at Su Yu, who was very close to her, and her heart was pounding. At this moment, she could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart. She stretched out her arms and hooked them around Su Yu's neck. Gongsun Wuxie buried her head in his chest and wailed like a child who had been bullied. Su Yu patted her back lightly, his eyes fixed on the yellow halos, and he was exceptionally solemn. The yellow halos gave him a sense of extreme danger. Moreover, apart from the yellow halos, there was an even more dangerous aura not far away from him. Looking sideways, he saw a handsome and tall young man holding Mei's unconscious body. Beside the young man was a gentle and beautiful figure. Looking at the young man, Su Yu's pupils constricted fiercely. Chapter 978. Jiyu Taishu, the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, and the Zhenlong continent. Once, even his doppelganger was a powerful existence that Su Yu had to look up to. They had fought twice. The first time, Hongluan Vientian had caused trouble, but it had ended in vain. The second time, Su Yu's pure divine decree had been sealed, and his eyes had lost their light. It was only at the end that he managed to fight back and recover his eyes. After so many years, they met again. Compared to the two doppelgangers, the real Jiyu Taishu was not as aggressive as the phantom. He stood still like a giant mountain, but no one would doubt the terrible power hidden within. This was a man who was intimidating at first glance. Su Yu was sizing him up, and Jiyu Taishu also looked over, as if he wanted to see through Su Yu's silver mask. Their eyes met, and invisible sparks flew. "We meet again," Jiyu Taishu said, his eyes filled with murderous intent and coldness. He had not seen through Su Yu's silver mask, but his intuition told him that the person in front of him was Su Yu. The young man from the Zhenlong continent, born in a barren land, the existence who had destroyed his doppelganger. Su Yu took a light breath and said slowly, "Yes, we meet again." The two of them looked at each other. Those who did not know would think that they were old friends who had not met for a long time. They did not know that they were mortal enemies. However, neither Su Yu nor Jiyu Taishu had exposed the other. Jiyu Taishu knew that Su Yu was the ruthless demonic man wanted by the Central Prefecture's king, and Su Yu also knew that Jiyu Taishu and the Central Prefecture's king were inextricably linked. It was because of their mutual fear that they were able to act so calmly. Lu Chuyi ran over and asked in surprise, "Brother Taishu, do you know Su Yuxian?" Although she did not see the face under the silver mask, Lu Chuyi still remembered Su Yuxian's voice. "Su Yuxian?" Jiyu Taishu's lips curled into a playful smile. "I remember that you have two women, one with the word Yu and the other with the word Xian." His doppelganger had once incarnated into the heavenly law and controlled the creatures of the Zhenlong continent. How could he not know about Su Yu's two most important women? Lu Chuyi frowned and stared at Su Yuxian. Her calm heart was constantly fluctuating. That figure had inadvertently overlapped with a certain young figure hidden deep in her mind. What she found most difficult to suppress was that the eyes revealed under the silver mask were so similar. Her intuition told her that there might be some kind of relationship between Su Yu and Su Yu. However, her fiancé, Jiyu Taishu, was present, so it was not convenient for her to ask. Sensing the indistinct hostility between the two of them, Lu Chuyi changed the topic and said gently, "Brother Taishu, let's examine Lia's injuries first." Only then did Jiyu Taishu retract his indifferent gaze. He said, "It's just a superficial wound. He won't die." After handing the unconscious Mei over to Lu Chuyi, Jiyu Taishu fixed his gaze on the giant who was shrouded in the hazy mist. The corners of his mouth were filled with coldness. "You touched my people without asking for my permission. No matter who you are or what you are, your fate has already been decided." His calm words were filled with a natural domineering air. He, Jiyu Taishu, the #1 expert of the younger generation in the blessed and heavenly lands. "I've long wanted to spar with you," the giant spoke in the human language. His voice rumbled like thunder. The clouds and mist stirred, and the all creation's mighty power surged. The two yellow halos that Jiyu Taishu had dodged circled around and charged at him again. "You didn't understand what I said," Jiyu Taishu said placidly. Jiyu Taishu took a step forward and reached out with both palms, each grabbing at the oncoming yellow halos. A shocking scene unfolded. Jiyu Taishu caught the two halos in his palms. The halos were immensely powerful and contained the all creation's mighty power. Gongsun Wuxie's many almighty peak defenses were like pieces of paper before the yellow halos. However, Jiyu Taishu caught the halos with his bare hands. "What?" The giant gasped in shock. Jiyu Taishu's face was indifferent as he put his palms together. Crack! Like the sound of eggshells cracking, the two yellow halos were scattered on the spot. Gongsun Wuxie's eyes flickered as she witnessed the scene. She said in surprise, "Brother Yuxian, I'm afraid Jiyu Taishu's real cultivation has already surpassed the almighty level. Although he hasn't broken through the all creations, those who have just entered the all creations might not be his match." Su Yu did not doubt her speculation at all. Jiyu Taishu himself did indeed possess combat prowess that was beyond common sense. However, Su Yu could only look up to him when he was in the Zhonlong continent. But now, Jiyu Taishu shattered the yellow halos indifferently and strode forward. The muddy swamp under his feet was boiling under the great pressure, like a pot of boiling oil. Facing the great pressure, the giant was silent for a moment. Instead of panicking, he laughed. "Hehehe, Jiyu Taishu, your reputation is well deserved. My innumerable laws and celestial light came from the all creation's strong men, and every strike is infinitely close to the all creation's old monster level. Even so, I can't do anything to you. You are indeed a rare genius. There are only a handful of people on the continent who can rival you." The giant said, "It's a waste of talent to stay in a corner of the continent. If you want, I can introduce you to a place where you can display your talents. What do you think?" Su Yu's eyes flickered. The giant's real identity was very mysterious. It didn't seem like he was just a member of a faction. In this world, there weren't many forces that could accommodate a genius like Jiyu Taishu. Since he dared to say such arrogant words, his background must be extraordinary. "Nothing," Jiyu Taishu said. "I, Jiyu Taishu, don't need any background to crush the current heaven rulers." When he finished speaking, his eyes turned cold. Unaffected by the gravity, he flew over like a shadow, raised his right arm, and struck down with his palm. The giant said coldly, "A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. I thought you were a smart man, but it turns out you are also a fool." With a light snort, the giant raised his right palm and struck down. All of a sudden, a thunderous sound erupted. The dense fog within a radius of 10,000 feet was dispersed by the airflow, revealing the long-lost light. Above the secret realm, a barrier had been shattered by the impact of the battle between the two parties, causing the fog to flow out. "The secret realm is damaged," Lu Chuyi said in surprise. The limit of the secret realm was the almighty peak, and the damage was only at the level of all creations. Looking at the two again, Jiyu Taishu's eyes were filled with coldness, and his body was pushed back several feet. The giant's huge body was also pushed back several feet. This giant could actually be on par with Jiyu Taishu. The most surprising thing was that when the dense fog dissipated, the giant's real body was revealed. It was a silver puppet that was 100 feet tall. Its whole body emitted a silver-white metallic luster, its facial features blurred, and its eyes hid two mysterious formations. It was the activation of the formations that released the shockingly powerful yellow halos. Looking at the silver puppet, Su Yu touched the space ring subconsciously. A puppet body, very good. Jiyu Taishu seemed to be infuriated. His palms gathered energy, and he struck the silver puppet fiercely across the air. "You overestimate yourself," the silver puppet sneered. Its palms were filled with silver light, forming a layer of ripples invisible to the naked eye, and clashed with Jiyu Taishu. Boom, boom, boom. The dense, muffled sound of thunder lingered on. The entire secret realm was shaken by the sound of the battle between the two parties. Many places were damaged, causing the dense fog to dissipate. 10 directions Skynet. Jiyu Taishu's 5 fingers pressed down like the hand of the heavens, carrying the mighty power of heaven and earth, suppressing all unyielding beings. The silver puppet was not afraid. Immovable as a mountain. Chapter 979. Lu Chuyi was shocked. What is the origin of the silver puppet? It can fight brother Taishu to a draw. Jiyu Taishu was known as the number one of the younger generation, and his combat power was unparalleled. The puppet in front of them could fight him for 8 rounds without falling into a disadvantageous position. It was extremely powerful. At least, as far as they knew, no one had been able to survive 10 moves from Jiyu Taishu. Su Yu watched quietly, and his evaluation of Jiyu Taishu's combat power rose again. At present, it was equivalent to Stage 2 all creations. However, he could feel that this was not Jiyu Taishu's true combat power. It's time to end this. After the 9th round, Jiyu Taishu slowly withdrew his hands and said indifferently. His palms were gesturing in front of his chest in an extremely obscure gesture, as if he was preparing for some extremely powerful move. A spot of purple light slowly radiated from his chest, as if there was a purple jade embedded in his chest. The purple brilliance grew brighter and brighter, gradually enveloping the sky. Soon, heaven and earth were included in the purple world. From the outside, the purple cloud secret realm had been reduced to a land controlled by purple. Mo Tianxuan's eyes shone with surprise, and one could vaguely see the shock hidden in the depths of her pupils. She could not help but stare at the true man of the purple cloud. What a genius of the divine path! He is about to leave the pure state and enter the virtual transformation state. Since ancient times, only a few ancient mortal fairies have reached the virtual transformation state. Jiyu Taishu is indeed an amazing genius. Mo Tianxuan's expression was complicated, as if she was deeply moved and lamenting at the same time. It was rumored that the void transformation divine decree was the lowest threshold for a mortal fairy to become a god. Since ancient times, there were only a few who had reached this step, including the oldest and most powerful glittering jewel mortal fairy. She had comprehended the void transformation divine decree, but she still could not enter the divine path and passed away in meditation. If she was like this, how could they, who had not even reached the level of a mortal fairy? Jiyu Taishu had touched the threshold of the virtual transformation state at such a young age. It would not be difficult for him to enter the virtual transformation state in the future. In other words, Jiyu Taishu had the potential to become a god. As the older generation, how could they not be amazed? The true man of the purple cloud smiled. You flatter me. Before entering the virtual transformation state, it is not considered a success. His smile hid envy and a faint helplessness. Mo Tianxian came back to her senses and said, the secret realm is broken. The Fengyun meet is almost over. The true man of the purple cloud shook his head slightly. Why don't we talk about it after this battle? Do you find that silver puppet familiar? Upon hearing this, Mo Tianxian narrowed her eyes. It seems familiar. If I remember correctly, it appeared during the war between the human and ghost clans 100 years ago. After that, it was blown into the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion by Tianjiz's celestial artifact, and it never appeared again. The true man of the purple cloud nodded. Exactly. Although the two aren't exactly the same, the materials used are shockingly similar. There must be a connection between the two. We might as well wait and see. Once the Great Void finds out who's controlling the puppet, we might be able to obtain quite a bit of information, said Daoist Purple Cloud. Mo Tianxian stared at every movement in the secret realm and nodded lightly. In the mystic realm enveloped by the purple world, everyone felt as if they had entered another world. And Jiyu Taishu, who was the source of the purple light, seemed to have become the master of the purple world. He replaced the heavens and controlled the purple world. Everyone had the same feeling in their hearts. The giant's expression changed drastically, and there was even fear in his voice. Void transformation divine intent. Impossible. How old are you? How can you comprehend this level of divine decree? Void transformation divine decree? Su Yu's heart trembled as he looked around. Was this divine decree? Jiyu Taishu's pure divine decree was to replace the heavens. In the purple world, Jiyu Taishu had really become the master of the world, which coincided with his divine decree. What level of divine decree was void transformation? Jiyu Taishu's lips curled into a cold smile, and he looked like the god of Brahma. Freeze. With a light word, the giant puppet was suddenly suppressed by a mysterious power. It wasn't like the all creation's mighty force, but more like a command, a rule. The giant puppet's entire body was really frozen, and it couldn't move at all. It even lost the ability to speak. Fire. Jiyu Taishu spat out another word. All of a sudden, raging flames appeared all over the giant puppet's body, burning it. The flames were very fierce, and the giant puppet's strong body softened immediately. Drops of silver liquid dripped from its body. Looking at the situation, the giant puppet was about to be burned to death. Witnessing this scene, everyone was horrified. The purple world was a world controlled by Jiyu Taishu. In this place, he was equivalent to a god. He could freeze the enemy with a single thought. He could create something out of nothing with a single thought, and create raging flames to destroy the enemy. The unprecedented method of destroying the enemy was refreshing. At the same time, Suyu also felt unprecedented pressure. The pure divine decree had evolved to the highest level, and it turned out that it had such terrifying power. It was no wonder that the divine path cultivators were often feared by others. Suyu's pure divine decree had yet to be comprehended to the highest level. Seeing that the silver puppet was about to be destroyed by Jiyu Taishu, a wave of space fluctuation suddenly erupted from inside the puppet, as if someone had activated a space treasure. Swoosh! The space power flashed, and the giant puppet's eyes dimmed, as if it had lost its ability to move. Jiyu Taishu frowned. With a single thought, the flames on the surface of the giant's body disappeared immediately, as if they had never existed. Escaped. Jiyu Taishu said coldly. The situation just now was clearly that someone was controlling the puppet from inside. However, he didn't know what method he had used to escape from the puppet using space power. Now that there was no one inside the puppet, and no one was controlling it, the puppet naturally lost its ability to respond. However, right at that moment, the motionless silver puppet suddenly emitted a deep blue light. It quickly turned from silver to dark blue, which was extremely strange. Creak, creak. At the same time, the harsh sound of gears grinding could be heard from inside the puppet. Without anyone controlling it, the silver puppet stood up on its own, thumping its chest with both hands and letting out a shrill cry. The blue light all over its body was getting stronger and stronger. Inside its body, an extremely dangerous power was expanding rapidly. It was the All Creation's mighty force. The endless All Creation's mighty force was expanding rapidly. It's going to self-destruct. Lu Chuyi, who was proficient in crafting weapons and knew a little about puppets, immediately understood what was going on. Jiyu Taishu's expression changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously, "Freeze!" The puppet's body was indeed frozen, but the rapidly expanding All Creation's mighty force did not stop. After all, his divine decree was not enough to control such an enormous power. Outside, the true man of the purple cloud and Mo Tianxian were both shocked by the strange scene. The self-destruction of a stage 3 All Creation's old monster. Oh no, even Jiyu Taishu can't resist it. Save them quickly. The true man's expression changed drastically. The All Creation's mighty force of a stage 3 All Creation's old monster was enough to raise the entire purple cloud palace to the ground. Under such absolute power, even Jiyu Taishu couldn't do anything. However, the people of the purple cloud secret realm were scattered. How could they all be rescued in such a short time? Mo Tianxuan's murderous aura filled the air. Sinister. Since the beginning, the puppet had planned to destroy the geniuses of the blessed and heavenly lands. Whether or not anyone could defeat it, the outcome could not be changed. Inside the secret realm, sensing that the extremely dangerous All Creation's mighty force was about to erupt, Jiyu Taishu shouted, "How dare you!" When he finished speaking, he flew forward and bombarded the puppet with all kinds of magical powers. However, the puppet in its self-destruction state was harder than when it was in its silver state. No matter how powerful Jiyu Taishu was, he couldn't shake it at all. After several attempts, Jiyu Taishu gave up and immediately soared into the sky to escape the secret realm that was about to be destroyed. "Yeah, Leah, let's go." A slit appeared between Jiyu Taishu's eyebrows, and a large amount of purple light shot out. Wherever the purple light passed, the suppression was lifted. Without the suppression, he could travel 1,000 miles with one step and leave the secret realm in an instant. The rest of the people also began to flee. However, they didn't have magical powers like Jiyu Taishu, which could ignore the suppression. They couldn't even fly, so how could they escape the secret realm? "Senior brother Jiyu, take me with you," the disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace shouted in horror. However, how could Jiyu Taishu have the time to rescue them one by one? The puppet's self-destruction had entered the final stage, and it would explode in less than 10 breaths' time. By then, the entire Purple Cloud Palace might be flattened to the ground. Whether or not he could escape the explosion range with Lu Chuyi was uncertain, let alone come back to rescue them. There wasn't enough time. Lu Chuyi couldn't bear it. She glanced at the silver-masked figure in the secret realm out of the corner of her eye, and she felt an inexplicable pain in her chest. Because that person looked so similar to that youth. Brother Yuxian, what should we do? Cold sweat broke out on Gongsun Wuxie's forehead, and she couldn't help but touch the jade pendant on her chest. If she crushed the jade pendant now, she might still have time to summon her father's virtual image. With his strength, it would be easy to deal with the puppet's self-destruction. However, after crushing it, all her adventurous activities would come to an end. Swoosh! At this moment, Bai Shanliang, Bing Wuqing, and the others, who had been hurrying along, arrived one after another. Looking at the giant puppet that was about to self-destruct, their faces were very ugly. Even Bing Wuqing was no exception. Stage 3 All Creations Old Monsters Self-Destruction? Bing Wuqing looked solemn. Tianyu was also shocked, and her eyes flickered. Bai Shanliang wailed, I haven't lived long enough. Bing Wuqing looked up at the outside world and said in a low voice, Palace Master Mo will probably come down to rescue us, but she can only come once, and she may not find us before the explosion. Hearing that, everyone's heart sank. There was no time to wait, and they were still suppressed by the secret realm, so they had no way to escape. The only way is to destroy the puppet. Maybe that can stop it from self-destruction. Bing Wuqing's eyes flickered as she stared at the giant puppet that was flickering more and more. Gongsun Wuxie's small face turned pale. It's useless. Jiyu Taishu has given up on destroying the puppet and chosen to escape. Him. Even the pretentious Tianyu felt as if something was stuck in her throat. Even Jiyu Taishu, who was known as the heaven ruler of the blessed and heavenly lands, couldn't do anything about it, let alone them. However, at this moment, Su Yu, who had been silent all this time, frowned and said, if there's no other way, maybe I can try. Chapter 980. The only way was to use another method to temporarily transfer the puppet. Su Yu's right eye flashed with red light, and a wine-red flying dragon could be vaguely seen hovering. Space vortex. With a soft shout, a huge rotating space vortex appeared behind the giant puppet. The enormous suction force pulled the 100-feet-tall giant into the center. The giant seemed to sense the danger. It inserted its hands 3 feet into the ground and stabilized its entire body, trying to offset the sucking force of the space vortex. At that moment, the giant was on the verge of self-destruction. Seeing that they were doomed, Su Yu flicked his sleeves, and several silver balls flew out like bullets. With a series of silver after-images, they bombarded the body of the giant puppet. The surface of the puppet, which even Jiyu Taishu could not shake, was dented by the 8 balls. When the last ball, which was half blue and half yellow, bombarded the surface of the puppet, the giant could not stand it anymore. Its body was blown away and fell into the space vortex behind it. Boom! At that moment, the giant self-destructed. A terrifying explosion rippled through the air. The whole secret realm was shaking wildly, and there were space fluctuations everywhere, as if the secret realm was about to collapse. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless space powers descended and enveloped everyone. The secret realm sensed that everyone was in danger, and at the same time, it activated the space power to transport them away. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, and the few balls he had thrown out were collected at the same time. When he was about to leave, he suddenly found that the moment the space vortex closed, a wave of residual explosion waves rushed out with a large number of puppet fragments. Su Yu's eyes flashed, and he grabbed the puppet fragments. This was where the puppet's head was, and the material was very special. After touching it, Su Yu confirmed that it was the same material as the silver puppet he had obtained in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. Who is secretly manipulating the puppet? Su Yu thought to himself. However, he obviously did not need to worry about this matter. Mo Tianxian and the true man of the purple cloud were more concerned about it, so it was better to leave it to them. As he was about to put them away, Su Yu suddenly sensed that there were several vital energies hidden inside the puppet. Subconsciously, he opened the fragments and was shocked to see that there were 8 whiffs of purple cloud vital energy. With the strength of the giant puppet, it took half a day to seize 8 whiffs of vital energy. It must have been holding back. Otherwise, no one except Jiyu Taishu could have stopped it. Su Yu's eyes heated up. Without hesitation, He withdrew the purple cloud vital energy and infused it into the top of his head. As such, the purple illusory crown on his head became extremely solid. A total of 12 streams of purple cloud vital energy could form a crown. Right at this moment, spatial energy descended and teleported all of them away. The instant they were teleported to the outside world, a loud rumble resounded beneath their feet. Dark and terrifying spatial cracks that could be seen with the naked eye burst forth everywhere, engulfing the purple cloud secret realm. This continued for an entire 10 minutes. When the turbulence in the secret realm dispersed, the entire violet cloud secret realm had been completely destroyed, and all the formations set up had vanished without a trace. The true man of the purple cloud's face darkened, and most of the elders of the purple cloud palace did not look too good either. The setup of the purple cloud secret realm required several years of the sect's financial, material, and manpower. Now that it was deliberately destroyed by someone, how could they not be furious? But at the same time, they rejoiced and felt surprised in their hearts. According to their estimations, not to mention the entire secret realm, even the purple cloud palace would be razed to the ground in the explosion. The casualties would be immeasurable. But now, only the secret realm was destroyed, and that was already a blessing in disguise. The question was, what happened later? Jiyu Taishu had given up on destroying the puppets, so why did the explosion decrease to such a degree? The leaders of the various factions were secretly questioning the disciples of the factions. After the great battle, the dense fog had dissipated completely, and many of the disciples' eyesight was no longer restricted. They could see dozens of miles in a single glance. Therefore, at the last moment, how could they not know? When they learned that it was a mysterious man wearing a silver mask from the Red Blood Palace who used spatial energy and a powerful pearl, they were all shocked. The true man of the purple cloud raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Yuxian from afar, sizing him up seriously for the first time. In fact, among the participants, there were many who wore masks, but Su Yu was the only one whom the true man of the purple cloud wanted to see. He stared at him as if trying to see through the silver mask. What surprised him was that this mask was no ordinary item. What he saw was nothingness. A space attribute mask. The true man of the purple cloud stepped forward and fixed his eyes on Su Yu. A space attribute mask was not common, at least not something a 9th grade fairy disciple could afford. Swish. But at that moment, a beautiful figure in a black dress teleported over and stood between the two of them. True man of the purple cloud, if you look at my disciple like that, he'll be shy. Mo Tianxian had a faint smile on her face. Su Yu's technique just now was not too surprising to her. She had known about the ancient space spiritual body for a long time, and it did not seem to be a problem for him to use a mysterious technique like the space vortex. The only problem was that the last 9 round pearls were of unknown origin. However, they were Su Yu's personal treasures, so it was understandable that she had never heard of them. Seeing the true man's stance, Mo Tianxian was certainly going to attack. The true man was not in a hurry even though he was stopped. He smiled and said, "Palace Master Mo, you've misunderstood me. I'm just curious if he is the world-famous Master Su." The world knew Su Yu best because of the Mu words. During the sacrifice at the desolate evil jungle, he had single-handedly fought all the experts of the Heavenly Knife region, defeated all his enemies, and reclaimed the territory they had lost 10 years ago. Of course, in the aftermath, although the news about Su Yu revealing the hidden ancient space spiritual body in the battle at the Sichu family was deliberately concealed, it could not escape the ears and eyes of those with ulterior motives. Exactly. Does the true man have a problem with that? Mo Tianxian said, inexplicably proud. Jiyu Taishu had always claimed to be the #1 expert of the younger generation in the blessed and heavenly lands. However, when the Purple Cloud Palace was in a crisis of life and death, the rescuer was a disciple from the Red Blood Palace, not the world-famous Jiyu Taishu. The puppet that he could not handle was easily handled by the Red Blood Palace. Was there anything more honorable than this? The true man of the Purple Cloud was embarrassed. He said, "Congratulations on having such a disciple. He is proficient in the Mu words and has the ancient space spiritual body. It's hard for you not to be envious." He was quite honest. "Master Su, thank you for your help in resolving the crisis of our faction." The true man cupped his fists in respect. Given his status as a true man, he was quite sincere. Here is a small token of my gratitude. I hope you will accept it, Master Su. The true man took out a crystal-wrapped congealed fat from his sleeve. The congealed fat came from a long time ago. It did not seem like an object from 100 years ago. Instead, it seemed like an object that had been sealed in the crystal many years ago. The congealed fat contained a mysterious energy. It gave off an unusually comfortable feeling even through the crystal. Su Yu even had a vague feeling that he was showing signs of breaking through to the almighty level. Before Su Yu could take it, Mo Tianxuan's face darkened. What do you mean, true man? Are you trying to embarrass me by giving me this thing? Chapter 981. At this moment, Gongsun Wuxie, who was beside him, secretly transmitted her voice to him. Big brother Yuxian, that's a good thing, take it quickly. That's congealed fat from ancient times. After some powerful demonic beasts died, they would be wrapped up in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Their bodies would wither away, but their quintessence would be wrapped up in the spiritual energy. As time passed, the spiritual energy would become denser and denser, eventually forming into crystals that would purify the demonic beasts. This congealed fat is the purest form of energy. Not only humans, but any living creature can directly absorb it. It's extremely beneficial for breaking through bottlenecks. Looking at its size, it contains at least the energy of an all-creation stage 1 demonic beast. After you swallow it, you'll definitely be able to break through to the almighty level. There were 2 requirements to becoming a god lord. The first was soul energy. Most people were limited to this threshold, unable to step into the divine master realm. The second was the power of true qi. As long as the dantian expanded to the limit and reached a realm where it could no longer accommodate, the dantian would undergo a drastic change and evolve into a fetal crystal. Su Yu had already achieved the former, and only the latter was left. However, Su Yu possessed 10% of the Central Prefecture's king's mortal fairy's strength. Moreover, it had been purified by the tree god's leaf, which was comparable to Ningxi's energy. Although the cream in front of him was precious, it was not very important to Su Yu. However, Su Yu understood where Mo Tianxuan's anger came from. The Red Blood Palace's outstanding disciples were stuck at the level 9 Fairy Realm's bottleneck. They couldn't get any rewards, but the Purple Cloud Palace helped them. In the eyes of outsiders, wouldn't it seem like the Red Blood Palace's outstanding disciples had been reduced to the point where other factions had to help them? Upon understanding this, Su Yu could not help but laugh. The true man of the Purple Cloud smiled as usual. Palace Lord Mo, you're wrong. Master Su has done a great favor for the Purple Cloud Palace, and what he needs most now is the elixir that can help him break through to the almighty level. This is also the greatest favor that the Purple Cloud Palace can repay. I hope that Palace Lord Mo will not stop us. When he finished speaking, he extended his hand and passed the crystal cream to Su Yu. Su Yu smiled. He didn't take Mo Tianxuan's warning look seriously at all. He accepted it calmly. Thank you, Zhenren. Mo Tianxian was annoyed and thought to herself, does this guy intend to embarrass me in front of outsiders? The pride that she had felt earlier instantly vanished into thin air. Mo Tianxian gritted her teeth and revealed a faint smile. Su Yuxian, you've made a great contribution this time. Not only did you save my Red Blood Palace's students, but you also saved many of the faction's disciples here. You even saved the Purple Cloud Palace's main gate. You should be rewarded handsomely. I will bestow you with 1 million merit points. Also, Mo Tianxian took out a fiery red hairpin and handed it to Su Yu. This is the hairpin that I carry with me all the time. It has a magical power in it. Take it, it can be considered a life-saving item. Su Yu nodded. The true man of the Purple Cloud was slightly surprised by this. How could this hairpin be a simple accessory? There were traces of him being instilled with the all-creation's mighty force for a long period of time. Intuitively, once this hairpin exploded, it would be able to unleash at least the destructive power of all creation stage 3, which was comparable to the self-destruction of the puppet just now. The true man of the Purple Cloud could not help but click his tongue when he handed such a dangerous item to a disciple. Mo Tianxian was really going all out in order to get back at him. Of course, there were also people who revealed astonished expressions. The hairpin had a special meaning for a woman. As a single woman, it was inappropriate for Mo Tianxian to give her hairpin to another man. That was the logic behind it, but would anyone dare to question it? Haha, Palace Mistress Mo cares for me so much. It's my honor, the true man of the purple cloud said. He glanced at the disheveled secret realm, then at the 200 or so students. He said, the Fengyun Great Meet can no longer continue. You can announce the end of it now. Mo Tianxian had no objection to that. She nodded lightly. Of course, more than 100 people have been eliminated, so it can end now. Long before the puppet self-destructed, more than 100 people had been eliminated. In other words, the number of people left in the secret realm was less than 100, so the competition could be regarded as over. Wait. Suddenly, a soft shout was heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and a strange look came over their faces. The one who spoke was none other than Jiyu Taishu. The crisis that he could not solve was solved by an outsider. To him, it was a humiliation. What's the matter? The true man of the purple cloud asked. Jiyu Taishu looked straight at Suyu and said, I just think that before the Fengyun Great Meet ends, it's necessary to thoroughly investigate who the culprit is. Upon hearing that, many people's hearts were as clear as a mirror. Mo Tianxuan's eyes turned cold. Oh! Are you suspecting that Su Yuxian, a student of the Red Blood Palace, deliberately created trouble so that Su Yuxian could come forward and make a name for himself? Indeed, Su Yuxian's cultivation was not well known, but he managed to do what Jiyu Taishu could not. He was indeed a great suspect. However, Jiyu Taishu said indifferently, no, I believe he has the ability to do so. Obviously, the bystanders had misunderstood Jiyu Taishu's meaning. Mo Tianxian was surprised. Then what do you mean? I just want to uncover the culprit behind the scenes. Jiyu Taishu glanced coldly at the remaining geniuses and said gloomily, this person should be among those who appeared later. After the crisis broke out, no students were transported out until everyone was transported out at the same time. Without a doubt, the manipulator of the puppet was among them. Su Yuxian had certainly damaged Jiyu Taishu's reputation, but the culprit behind the scenes was the instigator of everything. The true man of the purple cloud and Mo Tianxian looked at each other. The true man stepped forward and said slowly, this matter will be investigated by our faction masters. You can leave for now. The 18 blessed and heavenly lands Fengyun Great Meet had such a huge setback. How could the two of them let it go? However, there was no evidence to identify the culprit at the moment, so there was nothing they could do. They could only summon the faction masters to investigate each other. Jiyu Taishu nodded, took one last deep look at Suyu, and retreated slowly. In that case, the Fengyun Great Meet has come to an end. Now, all students who still have the purple cloud vital energy, step forward, the true man of the purple cloud shouted. Students took a step forward one after another, but the number was far less than 100. There were only about 60 of them. Most of them had 2 whiffs of the purple cloud vital energy. Many of them even had more than 3 whiffs of the purple cloud vital energy, especially the students of the Purple Cloud Palace. Almost none of them had managed to get more than 1 whiff, which was hated by those who had been eliminated. Getting 1 whiff would make it to the finals, so why did they have to get more? The first to be checked were the students of the small factions. Most of them only had 1 or 2 whiffs, and it was amazing to see 3 whiffs occasionally. It was worth mentioning that the number 1 genius of the soul-seizing palace was Wei Bufan. In the eyes of others, he was only an 8th grade almighty, but with his transparent eye, Suyu felt the aura of a 9th grade almighty. The purple cloud vital energy that he had obtained was the most among the 18 students. He had 4 whiffs. Not bad. The true man of the purple cloud smiled approvingly. You flatter me, true man, Wei Bufan said calmly, looking calm and composed. The true man nodded and looked at Mo Tianxian. There are only 2 factions left. Should we check yours first, or ours? Mo Tianxian snorted. Up to you. Anyway, the Purple Cloud Palace will take all the rewards at the end of the secret realm. It doesn't matter who you check first. Upon hearing that, Su Yu's eyes brightened slightly. Sure enough, there were rewards at the end of the secret realm. No wonder the students of the Purple Cloud Palace were trying their best to get more Purple Cloud Vital Energy. Chapter 982. As expected, after the inspection, the Purple Cloud Vital Energy seized by the Purple Cloud Palace disciples attracted hatred. He had checked 10 disciples, and they all possessed at least 3 whiffs of Purple Cloud Vital Energy. The strongest disciples, Jiyu Taishu and Lu Chuyi, had yet to be checked. Look at yours, the true man of the Purple Cloud said with a smile. He was exceptionally affectionate toward Lu Chuyi. Lu Chuyi took out her Purple Cloud Vital Energy, but there were only 2 wisps. In other words, she had only seized 1 person. Why is there only 1? The true man of the Purple Cloud asked with a smile. Lu Chuyi's face turned red. I think it's enough to capture 1 person. There's no need to ruin the future of others. When Su Yu heard this, his heart was touched. This was indeed the Lu Chuyi he knew. The true man of the Purple Cloud smiled and shook his head. He seemed to be sure, but he also seemed to be helpless. Then, he looked at Jiyu Taishu. Everyone's gazes followed closely behind. Jiyu Taishu was the strongest cultivator of the blessed and heavenly lands. The amount of Purple Cloud Vital Energy he had obtained was eye-catching. Needless to say, senior brother Jiyu will naturally be the champion in this year's Violet Cloud Secret Realm. A pretty female disciple cast a longing gaze at him. Yes, senior brother Jiyu is the champion every year. There's no doubt about it. The male disciple of the Purple Cloud Palace smiled bitterly and reverently. Jiyu Taishu was expressionless as he pointed at the top of his head. A mass of dazzling purple light flickered slowly. 10. Many people cried out in surprise. Under such an environment, it wasn't easy to even find a single person, let alone seize their Violet Cloud true energy. It was not easy to obtain 10 of them. On the other hand, the disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace had calm expressions. They did not find it strange at all. Senior brother Jiyu was delayed by the sudden appearance of the giant puppet. Otherwise, according to past experience, there would be at least 15 people. A female disciple spoke up for him. But she didn't expect that others would also be delayed. The true man of the Purple Cloud revealed a satisfied smile. There should be no suspense in seizing 10 wisps of Purple Cloud Vital Chi in half a day. Next was the Red Blood Palace. The performance of the Red Blood Palace's disciples was obviously much better than that of the 16 great factions, but it was still lacking compared to the Red Blood Palace. Many of them seized a wisp of vital energy and hid it until the end of the storm meet. There were only a dozen or so people who managed to obtain 2 or 3 dows. As for those who could seize more than 4 streams of vital energy, they had yet to appear. I remember that your surname is Bai, and your given name is Shanliang, right? The true man of the Purple Cloud came before Bai Shanliang and smiled. Compared to the other disciples, his attitude was completely different. Bai Shanliang laughed heartily. It's my honor to know you, master. When the crowd's attention was focused on him, his usually pale face was especially rosy, almost to the point of having a tinge of red. Coupled with his already handsome face, he looked very elegant, attracting the attention of many female disciples. Take out the Purple Cloud Vital Energy and let me have a look, Venerable Purple Cloud said. Bai Shanliang nodded with a smile, and a ball of Purple Cloud Vital Energy appeared above his head. He was far from being as heroic as Jiyu Taishu, but he was still a cut above the rest. 5 flashes of Purple Cloud Vital Energy. Many people were astonished. This was the second highest number of flashes of Purple Cloud Vital Energy after Taishu. Among the group of eliminated geniuses, 5 of them were lying on the ground and howling in pain. They were foaming at the mouth as they glared at Bai Shanliang from afar. Their eyes were filled with disdain and hatred. With their faces, they recounted the tragic experience of how Bai Shanliang had used the most shameless and despicable way to poison them all. Not bad, the true man of the Purple Cloud said approvingly. If the art of poison was used well, it was very suitable for killing enemies in a large area. The true man cast his gaze at the remaining people. Gongsun Wuxie obtained 2 flashes of Purple Cloud Vital Energy, while senior sister Tianyu obtained 4. As for Bing Wuxin, she astonishingly obtained 6 flashes of purple cloud vital energy, which was very surprising. The true man of the purple cloud nodded approvingly. His gaze skipped over her and Bing Wuxing, and there was a complicated look in his eyes. Bing Wuxing, what about you? The true man asked. Bing Wuxing's expression was as gentle as water. She tapped lightly on the top of her head, revealing 2 flashes of purple cloud vital energy. One of them belonged to her, and the other was seized. Only one? The true man was slightly surprised. As a strong man who had defeated Lu Chuyi and the number 1 heaven ruler of the Red Blood Palace, he had only seized 1 flash of purple cloud vital energy. Bing Wuxing smiled gently. Yes, with junior brother Su around, no matter how hard I try, I can't compete with him. Why should I waste my efforts? Her words were very surprising. Could it be that in the eyes of the number 1 expert of the Red Blood Palace, Su Yuxian's cultivation was higher than hers? Was that possible? Jiyu Taishu couldn't help but look at Su Yu indifferently, his brows slightly furrowed. Many people looked over as well. How much purple cloud vital energy had this guy who had turned the tide at the last minute actually obtained? Su Yu smiled, and a great mass of purple cloud vital energy naturally appeared above his head. A mass of dazzling purple brilliance appeared in front of everyone's eyes. 12 flashes, someone exclaimed. The purple brilliance, even more dazzling than Jiyu Taishu's, caught everyone's attention. How is that possible? The people of the Purple Cloud Palace couldn't believe the final result. Even the true man of the Purple Cloud was slightly startled. He obviously hadn't expected Su Yu to obtain so much purple cloud vital energy. Only 2 people understood. One was senior brother Liu, who had obtained 3 flashes of purple cloud vital energy with great difficulty. Including the one that belonged to him, he had a total of 4 flashes, all of which had been seized by Su Yu. The other person was the puppet who controlled the giant. He had used such a powerful force to obtain 7 flashes of purple cloud vital energy, all of which had been seized by Su Yu. Mo Tianxuan's eyes shone with a hint of delight. Unknowingly, Su Yu had given her another surprise. The true man of the purple cloud was startled for a moment, then regained his composure. He said, 12 flashes, Master Su, you really surprise us. Jiyu Taishu had always won first place in the previous Fengyun meets, but this year, an outsider had taken first place. Be it the Purple Cloud Palace or Jiyu Taishu himself, they were both embarrassed. True man, should I honor my student with the reward? Mo Tianxian asked with a faint smile. The true man's expression turned unnatural for a moment. Of course, of course. Obviously, even the true man of the Purple Cloud was reluctant to give up the reward for the champion. Because it should have belonged to Jiyu Taishu. Ahum, everyone, this year's Fengyun meet has ended. According to the usual practice, the champion has the right to comprehend the divine painting for a day, the true man said. Now, congratulations to our Master Su for receiving this opportunity. Divine painting. Su Yu thought he had misheard. What was that? The true man of the Purple Cloud said, the meet has ended. All the students will recuperate at the 3rd peak and wait for the summons of the glittering jewel wonderland. Elders, you must make proper arrangements for them. When he finished, he glanced at the leaders of the factions. In addition, leaders, I'm afraid we need to have a good discussion about the matter of the puppet just now. Everyone nodded. Their students were almost killed as well. How could they let the real culprit go free? When Mo Tianxian passed by Su Yu, she said telepathically, stay here. I have something to talk to you in private later. Another conversation? Su Yu couldn't help but ponder over Mo Tianxuan's meaning. Most people followed the elders of the Purple Cloud Palace back to the 3rd peak to rest, but many stayed behind. Master Su, forgive me for not recognizing you before. I've come to pay a visit. I wonder if you have time. Our eldest senior brother would like to see you. A student of the faction belonging to the Red Blood Palace came forward to greet him and pointed at the tall and straight young man behind him. Su Yu frowned slightly. The experience just now had really made him famous. Before this, Master Su, whom no one had taken seriously at all, had become a hot commodity in their eyes, and they all wanted to get to know him. I have important matters to attend to, so I can't make time for the time being. Please forgive me, senior brother, Su Yu declined politely. Gongsun Wuxie, who was beside him, was far less courteous. She said disdainfully, "Hey, which faction is so arrogant as to invite my brother Yuxian over?" The student who asked the question looked embarrassed. It wasn't that his eldest senior brother didn't want to take the initiative to come over. It was just that a group of strong men had gathered around Su Yu. His eldest senior brother felt that the chances of inviting Su Yu were slim, but he didn't want to lose face, so he ordered him to come and test Su Yu. It was completely reasonable for him to get such an answer. He left angrily, and the people around him who were hesitant also gave up on the idea and gradually dispersed. In the end, only the people of the Red Blood Palace were left. Su Yu had won back the face of the Red Blood Palace twice. As a student of the Red Blood Palace, he was naturally honored. Many of those who held grudges against Su Yu were suddenly enlightened and took the initiative to greet him. What they were most concerned about was Su Yu's true strength, and they kept probing him. Unfortunately, Su Yu was tight-lipped and didn't reveal much useful information. After greeting him, they went back to rest. Junior brother Su, congratulations. The divine painting of the Purple Cloud Palace is far more useful to you than it is to ordinary people. Bing Wuqing walked over. Even before she arrived, her fragrance had already reached him. Divine painting. Su Yu was extremely curious about what a divine painting was. Unfortunately, Bing Wuqing smiled faintly and walked past Su Yu. She wasn't willing to talk much. Gongsun Wuxie stared at her back with an unfriendly look and whispered, "Brother Yuxian, don't be charmed by this woman. She's not a good woman who looks the same." Su Yu knew what she was thinking even without her saying it. This woman was very scheming, and Su Yu didn't like her at all. She was calculative everywhere, even when she was adventuring in the secret realm. With her strength, how difficult would it be to seize the purple cloud vital energy? The reason why she only seized one was to preserve her strength, so that no one could see through her true strength. "I understand," Su Yu said. He looked at Bing Wuxin subconsciously and asked, "Are you alright?" He hadn't seen her in the secret realm, so he couldn't help but worry. Bing Wuxin turned her face away and snorted. "Worry about her? Why are you asking me?" She still had a grudge against the relationship between Bing Wuqing and Su Yu. After thinking about it, Su Yu took out the crystal gel and said, "This thing might be useful to you." Su Yu had a leaf that contained 1/10 of a mortal fairy's strength, so he didn't need the crystal gel. Gongsun Wuxie's cultivation had stagnated at the 9th grade fairy level because of the immortality spiritual medicine in her body, so the crystal gel wouldn't work either. Upon hearing that, an unnatural look flashed across Bing Wuxin's cold face. "Humph, this was bestowed upon you by the true man of the purple cloud. Why are you giving it to me?" Bing Wuxin said. Even though she said that, her gloomy mood suddenly brightened up. She didn't realize that even her voice had become lighter. Chapter 983. Bing Wuxin raised her brows, and her jade-like hand snatched the crystal cream away quickly. When she came to her senses, the crystal cream was already in her palm. A hint of panic and redness appeared on Bing Wuxin's pretty face. She forced herself to be indifferent. "I've changed my mind." When she finished speaking, she stepped into the void and left. "Junior brother, congratulations on winning the beauty." "I'll congratulate you in advance," Bai Shanliang said with a smile. Bai Shanliang smiled and said, "When the two of you get married, remember to invite senior brother Qing to your wedding." "Of course, as your most respected senior brother, I'm very willing to help you manage the gifts from the guests." Get lost. Su Yu only had one word to say. "Brother Yuxian, I was right, wasn't I?" After Bai Shanliang left with a smile, Gongsun Wuxie curled her lips into a sly smile. She had been playing matchmaker for Su Yu and Bing Wuxin, helping Su Yu win Bing Wuxin's heart. Now it seemed that the more competitive Gongsun Wuxie was, the faster their relationship developed. Su Yu's eyes were filled with worry. At this point, he couldn't care less about Bing Wuxin's presence. "Wuxie, listen to me." Su Yu looked into Gongsun Wuxie's eyes seriously and took a light breath. He didn't know how to tell Gongsun Wuxie. Would she think that he was lying to her about his relationship with Bing Wuxin? Gongsun Wuxie smiled sweetly. Yes, Wuxie is very willing to be Brother Yuxian's chatterbox. After hesitating for a while, Su Yu said, Wuxie, I haven't told anyone about this. You're the first. I hope you'll have a chance to tell Bing Wuxin. Gongsun Wuxie's eyes shone brightly, and her expression became much more solemn. Actually, my real name is Su Yu. You already know that. What you don't know is that I come from another world. In that world, there is a disciple who is acknowledged by heaven and earth, as well as a confidant. They came to the central prefecture with me, but we were separated when we encountered danger. I've sent people to search for them, and there should be news soon. As Su Yu spoke, he looked at Gongsun Wuxie's expression seriously. Her solemn face became even more solemn, which made Su Yu feel deeply apologetic. Perhaps Gongsun Wuxie felt that Su Yu had deliberately kept it a secret for so long. I have no intention of developing more relationships with other women. My relationship with Bing Wuxin was purely a coincidence. In the future, you don't have to matchmake us like this anymore. Otherwise, in the end, you'll only hurt her feelings for no reason. Su Yu heaved a deep sigh, and as he looked at Gongsun Wuxie, who was getting more and more serious, he prepared himself to be scolded. However, even after waiting for a long time, Gongsun Wuxie still remained silent. After letting out a sigh, Su Yu said, Now that I've said this much, I hope that you can find an opportunity to pass my message to Bing Wuxin. But to Su Yu's surprise, after a long while, Gongsun Wuxie blinked. That's it. Su Yu was startled. I'm done. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Wuxie revealed a baffled expression. Is this what you wanted to tell me? As the young cliff master of the severed fairy cliff, she had seen her father's harem, and the number of women who were attached to him were as many as the hairs on a cow. As far as she knew, it was normal for the strong to have beautiful women attach themselves to them. She had no objections to this. Upon hearing Su Yu's solemn and serious expression, she couldn't help but feel strange. Isn't this important? Su Yu asked, startled. Fat. Gongsun Wuxie covered her mouth and giggled. Ha ha ha, Brother Yuxian, we feel that you're hiding something from us, and we've been hesitant to speak a few times. Is this the reason? Su Yu nodded blankly. He, Brother Yuxian, don't worry. All the women in the world, unless they're extremely outstanding, will accept their current situation. Sister Wuxin is no exception, Gongsun Wuxie said. Upon hearing this, Su Yu wasn't happy. Instead, his heart sank. He didn't want to have any unnecessary feelings with any woman other than Xiana and Jingyu. Lingering between them had already caused harm to both of them. Su Yu didn't want it to happen again. Wuxie, please pass on my message, Su Yu said solemnly. Gongsun Wuxie giggled. No way, you can go by yourself if you want. When she finished speaking, she giggled and flew away mischievously. As they neared the third summit, the corners of Gongsun Wuxie's mouth curled up. Haha, Sister Wuxin is so proud and arrogant. How could she really allow her man to have a second woman? I was worried that Bing Wuxin wouldn't tolerate me, but now it seems that Brother Yuxian already has women, and there are 2 of them. Sister Wuxin has to tolerate me, even if she can't. Since she can tolerate them, of course, she can tolerate me too. Hehe, this is great news. Next, we'll continue to matchmake them. When Sister Wuxin can't control herself, with her personality, she'll definitely get rid of those 2 women. She's alone, and she lacks a partner. Who else can that partner be other than me, a smart and cute little bestie? Ha 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 ha, I'm so smart. Gongsun Wuxie threw her head back and laughed heartily, looking as if she was the best. Su Yu, who had no idea what was going on, waited silently where he was. 2 hours later, a wisp of space fluctuation appeared in front of Su Yu, and a beautiful figure in a graceful black dress stepped out of the fissure. Have you found the culprit? Su Yu's face was calm. He had already noticed the anomaly in the space. Mo Tianxian floated in the air and said indifferently, No, they prepared in advance and didn't leave any traces. I can only confirm that the person who manipulated the puppet is among the 60 people who survived successfully. Su Yu was lost in thought. If this person didn't have a second giant puppet to manipulate, he wouldn't be a threat even if he went to the glittering jewel wonderland. But what if he did? That kind of absolute combat power was not to be underestimated. Alright, then what do you want to talk to me about? Su Yu asked. When there was no one else around, he and Mo Tianxian could almost shed all pretense of cordiality and speak without restraint. Mo Tianxian sneered and extended her hand. What do you want to talk about? Give me back my hairpin. Upon hearing that, Su Yu laughed angrily. You gave me the hairpin in front of everyone, and now you want to take it back. Aren't you afraid of losing face? How could there be such a leader who gave a treasure in front of everyone and then secretly asked for it back? The hairpin, which contained a full-force blow from a Stage 3 All Creations old monster, was an incredible life-saving talisman. Now that it had fallen into Su Yu's hands, how could she give it back so easily? I want it. Are you going to bite me? Mo Tianxian sneered and hooked her index finger. A red light flashed in Su Yu's arms, and the fiery red hairpin flew through the air and returned to her palm. Su Yu was annoyed. You shameless woman. Mo Tianxuan's way of doing things really frustrated Su Yu. If it were a woman who cared a little more about face, she would never do such a thing. How dare you scold me? Kid, I've tolerated you for a long time today. Tang Ling and Liu Ji were eliminated because of you, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. You ignored my objection and accepted the reward from the true man of the purple cloud, which made me lose face. Asking for the hairpin back was a light punishment, but you dared to scold me. I won't forgive you. When she finished speaking, she flicked her finger. All of a sudden, Su Yu felt like his buttocks had been pricked by a needle, and he screamed in pain. Su Yu was instantly furious. You be *tch, I'm going to kill you. Upon hearing that, Mo Tianxian sneered. How dare you be so stubborn? Poof, poof, poof. She flicked her fingers several times in a row, each stronger than the last. Su Yu howled in pain. Su Yu was ashamed and furious. Ever since he started training, this was the first time he had met such a shameless woman. Combined with the fact that this woman had bullied him many times before, he was instantly enraged. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think that I'm a pushover. You! Ha ha ha. Mo Tianxian couldn't stop laughing. Seeing Su Yu in such a sorry state, she felt her mood lighten up and unprecedentedly comfortable. Just as she was about to continue her torture, a beam of purple light suddenly shot out from Su Yu's left eye and enveloped her. At the same time, Mo Tianxian found that her body had fallen into a strange, stiff state. Her mind was still working, but her body seemed to have fallen into another time and space. It was a very strange feeling, as if there was a delay in time and space between the soul and the body. Right at that moment, Su Yu rushed over and pushed Mo Tianxian to the ground. Mo Tianxian was shocked. She felt the heavy body of a man on top of her, and a hint of panic appeared in her heart. She was furious. What is he going to do? Su Yu sneered. He turned Mo Tianxian over, raised his palm, and gave her a hard slap on the buttocks. The crisp sound of the slap reverberated through the empty sky, and also in Mo Tianxuan's mind. Her soul trembled fiercely, and her eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief. Someone had actually slapped her buttocks. As the palace master of the Red Blood Palace, almost the strongest person under the Chen clan, she was actually pinned to the ground and slapped. An unprecedented flame of shame and anger soared into the sky. Feeling the murderous intent, Su Yu sneered. How dare you still act violently? Slap. Su Yu slapped her again. Mo Tianxian was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She was ashamed and furious, and she broke through the time seal. She gritted her teeth tightly and was furious. I'm irreconcilable with you. Slap. Slap. It was a slap. No, it was a continuous slap, which kept slapping her buttocks. The pain, accompanied by bursts of numbness, was transmitted to Mo Tianxuan's heart, making her feel even more ashamed and resentful. Her face was flushed involuntarily. After suffering 9 slaps, her body loosened. Su Yu, who was on top of her, had run away. Su Yu had to run, because the time limit of 3 breaths was up. Mo Tianxian recovered her body and got up immediately. The burning pain from her buttocks made her stagger, and she almost fell forward. The flames of shame and anger filled her face, and her face was flushed. What happened just now was the greatest humiliation of her life. Su Yu Xian. Mo Tianxian gritted her teeth so hard that it seemed she was about to break them. Her long and narrow beautiful eyes were bursting with monstrous flames of anger as she glanced around. The murderous intent emanating from her body could be clearly felt by the whole Purple Cloud Palace, let alone the second peak. The faction masters who had just finished their meeting were all shocked at the same time. What happened? Such a powerful murderous intent. One of the faction masters couldn't help but tremble. The stronger the person, the more powerful the murderous intent emanated. Could this be Palace Master Mo? Those who were familiar with Mo Tianxian felt the hidden aura of Mo Tianxian in the murderous intent. Chapter 984. Let's go and take a look. Could it be that Palace Lord Mo has discovered the real culprit? The true man of the Purple Cloud felt that this was the only possibility. After Su Yu finished his fight, he immediately fled toward the third summit. Hearing the furious shout, Su Yu gradually calmed down. Only then did he realize what he had done when he had lost his rationality. Putting aside the fact that he had exposed his time magical ability, he had also slapped Mo Tianxuan's butt. Wasn't he digging his own grave? Su Yu's heart turned cold. With Mo Tianxuan's temper, she might really kill him on the spot. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Yu felt the aura of a large group of strong men rushing over. With a thought, Su Yu changed his direction and hurtled towards them. He called out from afar, "True man of the Purple Cloud, please help us. The ghost energy in our Palace Master Mo is acting up, and she's going crazy." The true man of the Purple Cloud did not know who was shouting, but when he heard about the ghost energy in Mo Tianxuan's body, his expression changed drastically. Not good, there's going to be chaos. The true man of the Purple Cloud's expression changed drastically. He tore apart the space with one hand, shaking off the sect leader behind him and teleported to the side of the person who had spoken. When he stepped out of the space to take a look, he couldn't help but be surprised. How could it be Su Yuxian? But now was not the time to care. He asked, "Are you sure it was Mo Tianxuan's ghost energy acting up?" 100 years ago, Mo Tianxian was severely injured by the ghost prison's great emperor with the extreme evil ghost energy, causing her to be unable to advance for 100 years. This matter was not a secret among the All Creations martial artists. However, he had never heard of Mo Tianxian going crazy because of this. If that was really the case, the consequences would be dire. With Mo Tianxuan's battle prowess, if she really went berserk, he would not be a match for her at all. Even if everyone present joined forces, they might not be able to capture her. Su Yu nodded. "That's right. I saw with my own eyes an extremely pure ghostly energy flowing out of her body. It was extremely powerful, and it was much purer than the ghostly energy of an all-creation old monster." Upon hearing this, the true man's face darkened. It was the ghost prison's great emperor's extreme evil ghost energy, not bad. Step back. The true man of the Purple Cloud looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Su Yu nodded obediently and immediately circled behind the true man of the Purple Cloud. Not long after, the leaders of the other sects arrived. When they heard that Mo Tianxian had gone mad because of the extreme evil ghost energy, all of them looked terrified and uneasy. "If that woman really goes crazy, will she kill all of us?" a leader asked anxiously. Mo Tianxuan's terrifying martial prowess was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. The true man of the Purple Cloud said in a low voice, "Everyone, remember not to attack first. Let's see if we can communicate and calm her down first. After all, if we really fight, cough cough, both sides might suffer." Many people blushed with shame. How was this a lose-lose situation? Even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for Mo Tianxian. Of course, if they could avoid fighting, they would be more than happy to agree. Just like that, the leaders of the 17 great sects gathered together as if they were facing a formidable enemy, ready to fight the crazy Mo Tianxian. Buzz buzz buzz. Right at this moment, a spatial fluctuation rippled out. A crack appeared in the space, and Mo Tianxian, who was dressed in black, stepped out of it. Her black dress fluttered even though there was no wind, and her black hair danced wildly behind her. Her bright eyes were filled with dense flames of anger. In his right hand was a pitch-black gear wheel. It was the famous flying guillotine. At this moment, Mo Tianxian looked like she had lost all sense of reason and had transformed into a demoness. Su Yu didn't have to add fuel to the fire. The true man of the purple cloud and the others were already convinced. Palace Master Mo, please calm down first. The true man of the purple cloud was secretly vigilant. From time to time, he glanced at the flying guillotine in Mo Tianxuan's hand and cursed inwardly. She has even taken out the supreme fairy artifact of the demonic path. She has really gone mad. The rest of the faction leaders were also apprehensive. Yes, Palace Master Mo, let's talk things over. Why do you have to fight? Palace Master Mo, please don't be impulsive. Su Yuxian is so handsome and rare in the world. She had come with the intention to kill. How could she have expected that the leaders of all the factions, including the true man of the purple cloud, would protect him? She couldn't help but wonder how he had convinced the leaders of the 17 great factions to protect him together. He told Mo Tianxian directly that there was something strange about it. But when she saw Su Yu, her eyes were ablaze, and her doubts were immediately forgotten. She glanced at the true man of the purple cloud and the leaders who were trying to stop her and laughed angrily. If you want to protect him, you're making me, Mo Tianxian, your enemy. Hand him over immediately, or don't blame me for turning against you. The guillotine in her palm made a hissing sound and began to spin slowly. Looking at Mo Tianxuan's indifferent look, the leaders' hearts sank at the same time. It was over, she had really gone mad. The true man of the purple cloud bellowed, Palace Master Mo, wake up quickly. If you continue to act recklessly, we won't be able to stand idly by. Killing Su Yuxian was not a big deal, but looking at Mo Tianxuan's current demeanor, she was obviously possessed by the devil and had fallen into a state of insanity. If she killed, the elite students they had brought along would all be in trouble, and they might not even be able to escape the disaster. Act recklessly? Mo Tianxian was furious. She had been pinned to the ground and spanked just to avenge such a great humiliation. Was that considered acting recklessly? In fact, if it had been the usual Mo Tianxian, she would have been able to detect some clues from the expressions of the true man of the purple cloud and the others. But at this moment, the burning sensation on her buttocks was constantly stimulating her nerves, causing her to lose her usual calmness. I'll say it for the last time, all of you get out of my way, or I'll start a massacre. Mo Tianxian gritted her teeth and stared straight at Su Yu as if she wanted to skin him alive. Su Yu's hair stood on end under her stare, but he swallowed his saliva without batting an eyelid. He raised his voice and said, "Seniors, the palace master has gone mad. If we don't subdue her now, she'll really start a massacre when her demonic nature is triggered." The true man of the purple cloud and the others saw that there was no way to persuade Mo Tianxian, so they looked at each other and exchanged glances. For the sake of them and their disciples, the only thing they could do now was to strike first and capture Mo Tianxuan's demonic nature before it flared up. They hoped that the final outcome wouldn't be too tragic. Do it. The true man of the purple cloud acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Don't hold back, subdue her first. Mo Tianxian was still fuming when she heard Su Yu yell that she had gone mad. She was stunned. Wait, who are you calling crazy? In a trance, she finally understood why the leaders of the 17 factions were protecting Su Yu. It turned out that this brat was spreading rumors. Thinking of this, Mo Tianxuan's vision darkened, and she almost fainted from anger. He had spanked her buttocks, and now he was accusing her first. Su Yu Xian. Mo Tianxian yelled through gritted teeth. However, before she could explain herself, the true man and the others swarmed forward. Purple energy from the east. The true man of the purple cloud bellowed, gathering the all creation's mighty force between his palms. The crown on his head spun rapidly, and he crossed the void to grab her. Mo Tianxian was annoyed. I'm not crazy. The true man of the purple cloud bellowed, surrender now. What a joke. Which lunatic would say that he was crazy? The leaders of the other factions followed the true man's lead and attacked together. Colorful brilliance shone from all directions, shrouding Mo Tianxian. Mo Tianxian was furious. A bunch of fools. The true man of the purple cloud frowned. Palace Master Mo, wake up. Mo Tianxian was confident that she could kill a large number of them in the face of everyone's joint attack. The problem was that she wasn't crazy. She knew that once she did that, she would hurt the factions in the area by mistake, as well as her ally, the Purple Cloud Palace. Once that happened, the blessed and heavenly lands would have internal strife, and both sides would suffer, which would benefit the Heavenly Knife region. So, she gritted her teeth and withdrew the flying guillotine, relying solely on her all-creation's mighty force to fight against the crowd. Bang, bang. The battle between Mo Tianxian and the true man of the purple cloud was truly earth-shattering. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was in chaos, and the space was torn into strips. Large, horrifying cracks swallowed everything in the surroundings. The huge shock caused many to resonate. Mo Tianxian was strong, but she couldn't go all out because of her scruples. In addition, the leaders of the 17 major factions were suppressing her from the side. After fighting for a while, the two sides were in a stalemate. Mo Tianxuan's demonic aura was monstrous, and she turned into a giant demon. Her palms withstood the joint attack of her opponents, and she said angrily, "Stop. If I were really crazy, I would have killed you long ago. Are you still going to be stubborn?" The true man of the purple cloud pondered for a moment and gradually withdrew the all-creation's mighty force. When they were fighting, he noticed that Mo Tianxian had withdrawn the most dangerous flying guillotine. This was definitely not the act of a crazy person. The rest of the attacks stopped one after another, and they stared at Mo Tianxian anxiously. Although it was a short fight, Mo Tianxian was able to resist their joint attack without relying on the flying guillotine, which made them shudder with fear. If they had only speculated before the fight, now they were almost certain that Mo Tianxian had the confidence to destroy them all. Over the past 100 years, although Mo Tianxian hadn't become a mortal fairy, her strength was getting closer and closer to that of a mortal fairy, and she was getting stronger and stronger. 100 years ago, the true man of the purple cloud was barely on par with Mo Tianxian. Now, it seemed that if the two of them were to fight officially, the true man of the purple cloud would definitely lose. "Palace Master Mo, are you sure you're awake?" The true man of the purple cloud asked cautiously. Mo Tianxian said angrily, "You still don't understand. You've all been fooled by Su Yuxian." Upon hearing that, everyone looked at Su Yuxian in unison, feeling incredulous. In the face of the strong men's gazes, Su Yu was calm and composed. He pointed at Mo Tianxian and said, "Seniors, Palace Master Mo suddenly went crazy and hunted me down. You saw it with your own eyes. Do you still need to doubt it? I think Palace Master Mo isn't awake enough yet." Mo Tianxuan's eyes were spitting fire. "Nonsense. Believe it or not, I'll tear you into a million pieces." Su Yu shrugged. "I'm not talking nonsense. If you aren't crazy, why would you hunt down a little disciple of mine for no reason?" All the leaders, including the true man of the purple cloud, had a shrewd gleam in their eyes. This was the crux of the problem. If Mo Tianxian was sober, was it necessary to hunt down a junior with such a terrifying murderous aura? It was hard to imagine that a junior could do something that would make Mo Tianxian lose her mind like this. "Of course it was you who hit." Mo Tianxian stopped abruptly halfway through her words. Although her actions were absurd, she was not willing to reveal the greatest humiliation of her life in front of everyone. Moreover, would anyone believe her? A ninth-grade fairy had pinned Mo Tianxian, the strongest person below the mortal fairy, to the ground and spanked her bottom. If she told them, they would only be more convinced that Mo Tianxian had gone crazy. After all, with Mo Tianxuan's cultivation, even a glance or a strand of hair was enough to seriously injure a ninth-grade fairy. How could something like pinned to the ground and spanked her bottom happen? Chapter 985. What did I hit? Did I hit you? Su Yu asked innocently. The true man of the purple cloud and the others shook their heads secretly. Even if Mo Tianxian wasn't completely crazy, she was a little delirious. Mo Tianxian froze on the spot, unable to speak for a long time. She had indeed suffered great humiliation, but no one would believe her. Instead, they would think she was crazy. This was the first time in her life that she had ever felt so depressed and infuriated. Staring at Su Yu from afar, Mo Tianxian was silent for a long time. Gradually, her murderous aura faded, and she regained her composure. Glancing at the crowd, Mo Tianxuan's voice was a little low. I lost control of my emotions for a moment, and I've made a fool of myself. The true man of the purple cloud and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Many of the headmasters secretly broke out in cold sweat. It seemed that Mo Tianxian had calmed down from her crazy state. Everyone, I've calmed down. Now I have some private matters to discuss with my faction students alone. Can you do me a favor? Mo Tianxian said, pretending to be calm. This. All the headmasters hesitated. How could Su Yu stay behind alone? He said, true man of the purple cloud, Palace Master Mo needs to rest and recuperate, for her own sake and for the sake of our students. The true man of the purple cloud had the same intention. Before confirming whether Mo Tianxian had really recovered, he couldn't let her leave. Palace Master Mo, our faction's 9th peak is called the Jingxin Peak. It has an incredible effect on calming one's mind. Years ago, I was possessed by demons, and I recuperated at the 9th peak. If Palace Master Mo doesn't mind, we're willing to accompany you to recuperate at the 9th peak. What do you think? Mo Tianxian was secretly furious. They wanted to take the opportunity to monitor her. Gritting her teeth, Mo Tianxian shot a cold glare at Su Yu, but the true man blocked it without a trace. He frowned slightly. Palace Master Mo, you really need to recuperate. Seeing that, the headmaster's hearts skipped a beat. It seemed that Mo Tianxian was still in a state of madness. Mo Tianxian was filled with hatred. In the end, she had to be sent to be forced to recuperate. Clenching her fists, Mo Tianxian suppressed the urge to rush over and bite Su Yu to death. She said in a low voice, "Thank you, true man. It would be impolite to refuse." Everyone could hear the gloominess and murderous intent in Mo Tianxuan's words. The true man of the purple cloud stared at him and said, "Please." Under the watchful eyes of him and the other leaders, Mo Tianxian walked toward the 9th summit reluctantly. Before leaving the 2nd peak, he turned his head and stared at Su Yu. Using the all creation's mighty force, he sent a cold message filled with hatred to Su Yu. "Su Yu Xian, I'm not done with you." Mo Tianxian had suffered a great humiliation, falsely accused her of going crazy, and finally forced her to the point where she was forced to concentrate. Mo Tianxian felt that there was a resentment in her chest that was about to explode. If she didn't take revenge, she wouldn't be able to vent the hatred in her heart. "Have a safe journey, Palace Mistress Mo," Su Yu said earnestly, while he heaved a long sigh of relief inwardly. With Zixia Zhenren and many other sect masters guarding him, it was almost impossible for Mo Tianxian to sneak in and kill him. It seemed that before Mo Tianxuan's madness was confirmed to be cured, he would be safe. As for the future, he would take it one step at a time. The true man of the purple cloud personally escorted Mo Tianxian. Before he left, he gave a few instructions to an elder nearby. The elder smiled and came to Su Yu's side. "Master Su, the master of the divine painting is ready. Please follow me." The divine painting was the reward Su Yu had obtained in the Fengyun Great Assembly. "May I ask, elder, what is the divine painting?" Su Yu voiced his doubts. The elder smiled kindly, and there was a hint of pride in his tone. "The divine painting is the treasure of the Purple Cloud Palace. It was inherited from the relics of a deity and contains a trace of the will of the deceased deity. If you can comprehend something from it, it will be of unimaginable benefit to your divine decree." The news that Su Yu possessed the pure divine decree wasn't a secret to the Purple Cloud Palace. Jiyu Taishu was able to cultivate such a pure divine decree because he stayed in the divine painting all year round. "How much you can obtain depends on you," the elder said. After a short while, Su Yu was brought to a desolate hill. The hill was bare, with only a few stalks of dog's tail grass growing on it. Even with the rich spiritual energy of the Purple Cloud Palace, a hill where no spiritual grass could grow was considered unique. However, Su Yu noticed that the interior of the hill was flickering with hidden fluctuations, and a sense of antiquity was surging towards him. Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly as he stared at a very ordinary pebble on the hill. He murmured, "What an ancient pebble." By rough estimation, the pebble had existed for more than thousands of years. However, there was no sign of weathering on the surface of the pebble. The elder looked surprised. "You can tell the age of the pebble? You're not simple." He didn't know that Su Yu had used time and space reversal several times. His sensitivity to time was far beyond that of ordinary people. Yes, the whole hill was moved back from the relics of the deity. This hill is said to be the cavern where the deity once trained. There is a painting left in the cavern, which was casually painted by the deity. However, even so, the true man of the purple cloud couldn't copy the painting. If he were to dig it out of the wall, it would damage the charm of the painting, so the whole hill was moved back. Because of the existence of the painting, this hill has not been eroded by time for tens of thousands of years, and it still looks the same today. Then, the elder pointed to a cave at the foot of the hill that was as tall as a person. Go in, you only have 1 day. How much you can comprehend is entirely up to you. Su Yu nodded, his eyes shining brightly. The relics of the deity? Jiyu Taishu's pure divine decree had transcended the past and reached a whole new level, all because of the divine painting here. May I ask, elder, how many days has Jiyu Taishu been meditating in the cavern? Su Yu asked. The elder smiled knowingly. Do you want to compete with Jiyu Taishu? Haha. He shook his head. Oh, can't you tell me? Su Yu asked. The elder chuckled. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't think you need to compare yourself with Jiyu Taishu. He is a hero of the blessed and heavenly lands, the most outstanding hero of this generation. No matter how hard you work, it will be difficult to catch up with his attainments in the divine decree. If you are obsessed with it, it will only leave a knot in your heart. Su Yu smiled and looked at the elder quietly. The elder was startled. He suddenly felt that Su Yu's eyes were unusually deep. It was a kind of deep confidence that came from the depths of his heart. After a moment of silence, the elder said, All right, the Fengyun Great Assembly is held once every 3 months, 4 times a year. Jiyu Taishu has been training in the Purple Cloud Palace for 20 years, and he has been the champion of the Fengyun Great Assembly in every place. You can count for yourself how many days he has been training there. Having said that, the elder looked at Su Yu deeply. I will wait for you at the foot of the mountain. Su Yu calculated silently. It had been held 80 times in 20 years. Has Jiyu Taishu been meditating for 80 days? Su Yu looked at the cavern, a mysterious smile on his lips. He stepped into the cavern. The walls were very ordinary, and there was nothing special about them. Deep in the cavern, a painting was carved on the wall. It was a picture of a grey bird flying into the sky. Staring at the painting, Su Yu could not see anything special about it, nor did he feel any so-called charm. If the elder had not said that it was a divine painting, Su Yu would not have paid much attention to it. But Su Yu was an extremely patient person. Even though he did not notice anything unusual, his eyes were fixed on the painting, never leaving it for a moment. Half a cup of tea's time passed, and there was still nothing unusual. A cup of tea's time passed, and it was still the same. Half an hour passed. 2 hours passed. At this time, Su Yu's eyes were a little sore, and his heart could not help but pound. Could he have missed some steps? Just as Su Yu was about to give up, he suddenly saw something flashing in the picture from the corner of his eye. Although it was an extremely subtle flash, it did not escape Su Yu's eyes. His eyes swept over and immediately looked at the flashing spot. When he fixed his eyes on it, he found that in the white clouds in the picture, there was an extremely subtle black dot, like a speck of dust. If it had not flashed, it would have been difficult to be discovered. Everyone's eyes would have been drawn away by the grey bird. And when he looked closely, he found that the little black dot was changing slightly. It was just that the movement was so subtle that it could not be seen with the naked eye. Su Yu's heart moved, and he immediately activated the power of his eyes. The little black dot kept enlarging in Su Yu's eyes. When it was magnified to a certain extent, Su Yu was surprised to find that the little black dot was actually the shadow of a person. The shadow was shouting crazily in the picture. Even through the picture, Su Yu could feel the shadow's anger. And the direction that the shadow was facing was always the grey bird, as if the bird had taken something away from it and angered it. With a thought, Su Yu sat cross-legged in front of the painting wall and activated the power of time, causing the surrounding time and space to slow down by 500 times. Su Yu's mind and soul were one, and he focused all his attention on the shadow. This observation lasted for several hours. The shadow roared for a while, then suddenly raised its hand and slashed at the grey bird. This slash seemed to have triggered the rules of the universe. Invisible chains were born from the void of the universe, and they wrapped around the grey bird. The grey bird cried out in alarm, and its body showed signs of aging. Its feathers were dull, and its vitality was declining. Its flight was slowing down. But with a sharp cry from the bird, the chains broke, and it recovered to its original state. It spread its wings and flew into the distance. The broken chains scattered in all directions. One of the fine pieces of the chain hit in Su Yu's direction. That was clearly the matter in the picture, but the chain seemed to jump out of the picture and hit Su Yu's body. Boom! In an instant, Su Yu's soul suffered a huge impact. A sharp pain came from the depths of his soul, as if it was about to be torn in half by the impact. Ah! Su Yu let out a horrible shriek in pain. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the divine nine-dragon cauldron appeared, and drops of red liquid rolled out, fusing with Su Yu's limbs and bones. The pain in the depths of his soul gradually subsided. Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and a large amount of blood sprayed out of his mouth. His body slammed into the wall as if he had been electrocuted. Upon a closer look, Su Yu was not only bleeding from his mouth, but also from his eyes, nose, and ears. Just being hit by the fragments of the chains in the picture, separated by 10,000 years of time and space, had caused his soul to shatter and his facial features to bleed. Su Yu was extremely shocked. "What is that thing?" he asked. Chapter 986. He had never seen such a rare and terrible thing. If this thing came from 5,000 years ago, it would be enough to kill Su Yu with a single blow. While Su Yu was still in shock, there was a slight chill in his mind. It seemed that some strange information had appeared in the depths of his mind. He looked inside and sensed it, but it was some kind of mysterious and strange meaning. Is this the charm of the divine painting? Su Yu's heart trembled. He was attacked by the shards of the chain. In this way, he could obtain some of the hidden charm of the divine painting. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Yu immediately concentrated on comprehending the charm in his mind. As soon as he touched it, Su Yu felt as if he had touched the mysteries of the universe. This feeling was very similar to the Book of First Heavens, which also contained the mysteries of the entire universe. The difference was that the Book of First Heavens was more general, like a book that contained the whole world. The charm conveyed by the shards of the chain was only a small part of the universe. As Su Yu comprehended it, he faintly felt as if he had touched upon something. It was as if he had found a staircase amidst the dense fog. However, when he lifted his foot to step down, there was fog in front of him again, and he could not step down no matter how hard he tried. And the charm stopped there. Again, Su Yu was not disappointed. Instead, he was full of excitement. Compared to the half a day that Su Yu had spent, only a few breaths had passed in the outside world. The elder who was guarding outside probably thought that Su Yu had not officially started yet. When he looked at the myth again, the same scene appeared. Usually, it was the extremely small shards that hit Su Yu. Bang! With a loud noise, Su Yu was seriously injured again. However, Su Yu had no time to treat his injuries. He immediately felt the charm left in his mind. This time, the charm was completely different from the last time. It was a new feeling. When he finished, Su Yu felt that he had touched a step. The feeling became more obvious. It's really a charm. Su Yu's eyes were filled with the light of clarity. After comprehending two kinds of charm, Su Yu faintly felt that his pure divine decree, which had been stagnant for a long time, had changed a little. It seemed to be more solid, and his understanding of the pure divine decree was more thorough. An unprecedented sense of emptiness enveloped his heart, as if his soul had been reborn. It was also like an unprecedented new door had opened for Su Yu. Before making another attempt, Su Yu immediately took care of his body's injuries. After suffering 2 heavy injuries, Su Yu's body had already reached its critical point, and if he were to suffer another injury, his body would probably be completely crushed. However, time was limited, and Su Yu couldn't waste too much energy on it. All of a sudden, Su Yu's eyes lit up, and he retrieved a jade bottle filled with drops of sparkling liquid. It was the fountain of life that he had obtained from Jinmu. Every drop contained an incomparably powerful life force and had an incomparably shocking effect on healing injuries. Back then, he had given away a bottle, and there were still about 30 drops left. Swallowing one drop at a time was too wasteful, so Suyu swallowed half a drop at a time. Then, he used healing elixirs to heal his injuries by 70 to 80%. Then, he continued to cultivate. Next, he would be struck by the chains again to receive the divine charm. Then, he would heal himself and be struck by the chains again. And so on. The sun was setting in the west, and a day had passed. The elder of the Purple Cloud Palace was still waiting outside quietly. He slowly opened his eyes and shook off the beads of sweat on his body. He muttered to himself, "It's about time to come out." He should have given up already. Right at that moment, 5 rays of light appeared out of thin air above the cavern. The rays of light condensed into a vague and majestic figure. The figure had black hair and black eyes, and was wearing a pitch-black cloak. He stood in the void, as majestic as a divine king great emperor. A pair of black eyes, like the sun and the moon, overlooked the vast earth. The pitch-black light emitted from his whole body was like a divine light. Anyone who was bathed in it would have the urge to worship it. It felt as if they had encountered a real deity. The elder was momentarily stunned, and his face turned pale with fright. He cried out in horror, "The divine Laksana. He has also touched the level of virtual level? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In just one day, he has reached the level that Jiyu Taishu spent 20 years cultivating. How could he know that Suyu had already comprehended 200 times under the state of time acceleration? Jiyu Taishu had only done it 80 times. Moreover, Suyu had evolved from the pure divine decree to the peak of the pure divine decree. Jiyu Taishu, on the other hand, had evolved from an ignorant child to this point. In terms of innate comprehension, Suyu, an ordinary person in the past, was far inferior to Jiyu Taishu. However, in the world of cultivation, only the results mattered, not the process. Inside the cavern, Suyu's whole body was riddled with wounds, and he looked like a man made of blood. Halfway through his comprehension, the fountain of life had been completely consumed. He had to rely on healing elixirs to endure the rest. However, the effects of the elixirs were far inferior to the fountain of life, and they could only heal 30 to 40% of his injuries. In the end, Suyu had exhausted all of his healing elixirs. In the end, when he had exhausted all of his elixirs, he had no choice but to give up. Fortunately, the divine charm brought about by the impact of the chains was almost exhausted. If he continued to impact it, the divine charm he obtained would be repeated. With the help of these divine charms, Suyu's divine decree entered a whole new realm. His intention was to go against the flow. No matter how difficult or dangerous it was, he would go against the current. To go against the injustices of life was the intent. To go against the injustices of the world was the divine decree. To go against the injustices of the world was the pure divine decree. This was Suyu's journey in comprehending the intent, and it was also the true portrayal of his life. From resisting the injustices of life to resisting the injustices of the world, and finally to resisting the injustices of the world, every step he took was an improvement in his intent. In the Zhenlong world, the world he resisted was the heavens formed by Jiyu Taishu. Therefore, although his pure divine decree was powerful, it was limited to a small world. At this moment, from the chains, Suyu could vaguely feel the outline of the universe, and his pure divine decree was elevated. With the divine decree, nothing could suppress Suyu, unless the universe and the world suppressed him. Even the formation and space could not suppress Suyu. Once his divine decree was released, he could go against them and break them. The only thing that puzzled Suyu was the divine Laksana that appeared above his head. Every time a living being comprehended the void transformation realm, a divine Laksana would appear. It meant that the divine path walked by this creature was very close to that of a god who had already become a god. In other words, the black-haired, black-eyed deity draped in a black cloak was shockingly similar to Suyu's divine decree. However, the most important thing right now was the person. Such a commotion might be detected by the elders outside. This was something that Suyu was not willing to expose. Everyone knew that the appearance of another divine path genius who had touched the void transformation divine decree would bring him a lot of trouble. Swoosh! Su Yu's eyes flickered as he quickly left the cavern. The light above his head and the divine Laksana suddenly dissipated. The elder watched Su Yu's appearance and the disappearance of the Laksana. He finally came to his senses and said expressionlessly, "Since you have finished comprehending, go back to the third peak to rest. I will not accompany you. Farewell." Su Yu's eyes flashed coldly. How could he allow him to leave? "Elder, wait. I have something to ask." The elder's expression changed. Not only did he not stop, but he also sped up towards the ninth peak, looking anxious. No matter what, he had to deliver this shocking news to the true man of the purple cloud. As for how the true man of the purple cloud would deal with it, that was his business. No matter how magnanimous the true man of the purple cloud was, it would be difficult for him to tolerate Su Yu's existence. There was only one Jiyu Taishu, and there could only be one. Two blazing suns could not exist in the same sky. Su Yu also thought of this, and the coldness in his eyes intensified. However, the elder was a ninth-grade almighty, and his speed was far beyond Su Yu's. He was about to escape. Right at that moment, Su Yu felt a burning sensation in his arms. A jade box floated out, and an extremely solid soul emerged from it. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said indifferently, "Come back." An incredible scene unfolded. The elder, who had fled to the horizon, stopped in his tracks as if he had been cursed. Then, he flew back on his own. His eyes were blank, and he was obviously under some kind of control. Su Yu was secretly surprised. He could control the mind of a ninth-grade almighty with just a word. What kind of technique was this? The elder flew back obediently and stood in front of Yunyazi, motionless. The person in front of him was undoubtedly Yunyazi. Compared to the last time he had appeared, Yunyazi's soul was more solid this time. Not only was it the same as a living creature of flesh and blood, but even its interior was indistinguishable. Moreover, in terms of strength, it was obviously stronger than the last time. You have to pay attention to the training of your movement techniques. Yunyazi turned to look at Su Yu, his eyes filled with relief. Su Yu was delighted. "Master, you've come out of isolation?" Yunyazi looked Su Yu up and down. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He couldn't help but smile. "You've made such shocking progress on the divine path. How could I not come out of isolation to congratulate you?" This was the first time that Yunyazi had abandoned his isolation and appeared because of Su Yu's progress. "Haha, Master, you flatter me. It's all thanks to your guidance." Su Yu flattered him. Yunyazi smiled and shook his head. "I've never guided you on the divine path. This is your personal learning, and it has nothing to do with me. You don't have to flatter me." "Well, even if you flatter me, I won't give you any benefits." His last sentence exposed Su Yu's little trick. Su Yu was embarrassed. In front of this soul who had lived for an unknown number of years, no tricks could be hidden from him. You're only one step away from touching the void transformation divine decree. That's a realm that only deities can touch. You've reached such a stage on the divine path at the realm of the fairy. I really misjudged you back then. I thought you only had a little talent for souls. I didn't expect your greatest talent to be in the divine path." Yunyazi sighed. He had taken Su Yu as a disciple because he had taken a fancy to Su Yu's little talent for souls. That was why he had taught Su Yu the heaven's sun gazing at air. Now that Su Yu had displayed an even greater talent, it was the divine path. It was no wonder that Yunyazi sighed. The divine path will continue to grow with your cultivation until you reach the limit of your cultivation. You have to make good use of it, Yunyazi reminded him. Just like the heavenly eyes, when Su Yu's strength reached the first-grade almighty, he would lose his potential to grow stronger. Su Yu was deeply convinced. "I understand." Yunyazi's face was flushed. He looked at Su Yu as if he had accidentally picked up a piece of treasure, making Su Yu uncomfortable. Chapter 987. Su Yu was secretly delighted. He looked at the elder with hesitation in his eyes. "Master, how should I deal with him? My divine path has touched the level of virtual level, which is no small matter. Once it is leaked, I'm afraid there will be great trouble. Yazi chuckled. What's so difficult about that? Yazi's eyes flickered, and the elder slowly regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he said in surprise, what happened to me? When he saw Suyu in front of him, he said in shock, Master Su, when did you come out? Did you find out how I fell unconscious? Suyu was shocked, and could not help but look at Yazi beside him. He seemed to have no recollection of what had just happened, nor did he notice that Yazi was standing beside Suyu. His memory has been erased. As for me, without my consent, no one can see me, Yazi said. In the past, whenever someone came, Yazi would avoid being discovered. From his tone, it seemed that even Mo Tianxian would not be able to detect his presence. After some time, Yazi had become much stronger. Erasing memory? Suyu was also surprised by this matter. According to what he knew, memories were a part of the soul, and erasing memories wasn't as simple as controlling people. It was a soul path, and it could only be achieved by someone who had reached an extremely high level. At least, even a mortal fairy could not do it. It's a small path of soul, not worth mentioning. When your heaven's sun gazing at air has been trained to a certain level, you can do it easily. Yazi was not concerned at all. Go back to your place of residence. Suyu nodded nonchalantly, then turned to the elder and said, Elder, I feel that I've learned something. I'll go back and meditate in seclusion. Thank you for watching over me. The elder immediately waved his hand and smiled. Don't mention it. After a pause, the elder's expression was unnatural. He looked around and said in a low voice, Master Su, I hope you can keep my accidental slumber a secret. I'm not neglecting my duties, but I don't know why, Suyu smiled. Rest assured, Elder. I think it's probably because of the continuous incidents today, and you're exhausted. How can I bear to see you punished by the faction? If the faction knew that he had fallen into an unknown state of slumber at such an important time, he would definitely be interrogated and punished. This was something that he didn't want to face, and it was also something that Suyu didn't want to happen. The elder said in shame, Thank you for your understanding, Master Su. I can't thank you enough. You can come to me if you have any difficulties in the future. Elder, you are too polite. Suyu cupped his fists and left. He returned to his courtyard on the third peak. Along the way, he heard the crowd talking about the secret realm and Mo Tianxuan's madness. Knowing that Mo Tianxian was still receiving treatment at the 9th summit, Suyu felt more at ease. After entering the house, Suyu immediately shut the door and refused to entertain any guests. What are your thoughts and plans on breaking through to the Divine Master Realm? Yazi asked simply. Suyu thought for a moment, then said, To be honest with you, I'm intentionally suppressing my cultivation at the 9th grade fairy level. In terms of the soul, I've reached the 1st grade almighty level. In terms of vital energy, I've accidentally obtained a leaf that contains 10% of the mortal fairy's strength, which is enough for me to break through to the almighty level. I'm confident in these two aspects, but there's one aspect that I'm not sure about. Yazi said, Crossing the tribulation? Suyu nodded solemnly. Yes. His tribulation was different from that of ordinary people. Back when he was crossing the tribulation of the fairy, the disastrous fire that only broke through to the all creations appeared. Although the 5 golden light guards were involved, the disastrous fire would still appear even without them. It was just that they intensified the disastrous fire and made it more dangerous. Now that he was crossing the tribulation of the Almighty, the danger would be even greater. If an ordinary person made serious preparations, found a few reliable treasures, and had the protection of the all creation's old monsters, they should be fine. But Suyu's tribulation was unpredictable. Especially after comprehending the charm of the chain fragment, he had gained a deeper understanding of the world. Intuition told Suyu that the tribulation he was about to cross was no small matter. Yazi nodded slowly in response to this. I'm relieved that you're so cautious. However, I still won't make a move for you unless it's necessary. However, I'll teach you how to overcome the tribulation. In the past, Yazi's tone was that he wouldn't help Suyu even if his soul was destroyed. But now, he had changed his mind. He wouldn't help unless it was absolutely necessary. Firstly, the danger Su Yu was facing was getting greater and greater, and Yunyazi felt the need to help. Secondly, it was not easy for Su Yu to grow to where he was today, and the various potentials he had displayed were very tempting, so they were reluctant to give up on him. Teaching a man to fish is better than teaching him to fish. I'm all ears, Su Yu said. Yunyazi praised, very good. Your talent is indeed valuable, but your temperament is what I admire the most. I once divined for you that your God Lord Tribulation will have 3 tribulations. 3 trials. Su Yu felt as if something was stuck in his throat. In the past, the 2 ordeals had almost killed Su Yu. Wouldn't the 3 ordeals be even more dangerous? Master, may I ask which 3 ordeals are they? Su Yu asked. Yunyazi said, the first tribulation is the heavenly tribulation, the second is the human tribulation, and the third is the relationship tribulation. If you can't overcome it, you will die. Su Yu understood the heavenly ordeal, but what about the human ordeal and the relationship ordeal? There's no need for me to elaborate on the heavenly tribulation. Heaven and earth will send a natural and destructive tribulation. The human tribulation is a tribulation caused by your hostility towards others. The emotion tribulation is a tribulation caused by your emotions. The calamity caused by antagonizing others. Could it be referring to Jiyu Taishu? And who was the love tribulation referring to? Bing Wuxin and Gongsun Wuxie? Master, are the 3 tribulations closely connected? Su Yu asked. Yunyazi shook his head slightly. No, the 3 tribulations are separated by 9 days, and 1 tribulation occurs every 9 days. After 3 nines, you will have the body of 3 nines if you succeed in overcoming the tribulations. You will gain more benefits than other strong men who have broken through to the Almighty. It might even help you reach the level of 9th grade Almighty in 1 step. Upon hearing that, Su Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Breaking through from the 9th grade fairy to the 9th grade Almighty in 1 step? That's right. When ordinary people break through to the Almighty, there is only 1 tribulation. But your will is filled with the divine decree of defying people, fate, and the heavens. Inexorably, you have come into contact with some rules, so 3 types of tribulations will befall you. This is equivalent to you breaking through to the Almighty 3 times in a row, and the benefits you will gain cannot be measured with common sense. At least, as far as I know, the divine Laksana behind you broke through to the 8th grade Almighty in 1 go when it broke through to the Almighty. How much you can break through depends on your performance, Yunyazi said. He seemed to know who Su Yu's divine Laksana was. Su Yu's eyes were filled with excitement. If he didn't succeed, he would turn into ashes. If he succeeded, he would reach the heavens in a single bound. This was the first time in his life that he had experienced such a thrilling breakthrough. Master, please teach me the way to overcome the ordeals. Su Yu's eyes were filled with joy. Yunyazi laughed. Don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. According to my calculations, you will have no problem dealing with the ordeals of people. As for the ordeals of people, you will be in great danger. I can't predict it clearly, but I can remind you of one thing. Phoenix. Phoenix. Phoenix as in phoenixes? Su Yu made a mental note to pay close attention to anything related to phoenixes when going through the ordeals of people. As for the ordeals of relationships, Yunyazi's eyes were filled with worry. This is the ordeal that worries me the most. Since ancient times, of the 3-9 ordeals, the most difficult ordeal is the ordeal of relationships. Once it breaks out, there is a slim chance of survival. I can't predict it at all. You have to grasp everything on your own. All I can remind you is to abide by your conscience. Abide by my conscience. What was the so-called conscience? Su Yu was confused. Would the ordeals of relationships really consign Su Yu to eternal damnation? Who on earth had initiated the ordeals of relationships? Since the 3 ordeals have arrived, there is no point in running away. You should adjust your mentality and prepare patiently. I will also guide you in all aspects of training before you go to the glittering jewel wonderland, Yunyazi consoled him. Su Yu smiled. I, Su Yu, have weathered all kinds of storms and even destroyed the world. Do you think the 3-9 ordeals can trap me? A faintly discernible divine charm reverberated around Su Yu. Yunyazi seemed to have sensed it. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh. Ordeals are also a kind of restraint, and your divine path happens to be in defiance. I suddenly have the confidence that you can get through the 3-9 ordeals. Su Yu smiled, his eyes full of determination and confidence. Next, before the arrival of the glittering jewel wonderland, I will guide you in all aspects of training, Yunyazi said. He raised his hand and grabbed the jade box from Su Yu's chest. I don't need to tell you. You already know what's inside, don't you? Su Yu's expression turned cold. This item was obtained in the abyss of Wutong in the Zhonlong continent. It was a treasure left behind by the Kangwa sect master. The Kangwa sect master used to be one of the 5 great guards of the Central Prefecture's emperor, Shinichen. After Shinichen perished, he gave one of the jade boxes to Su Yu for safekeeping. This jade box was discovered by Shinichen on the continent when he was alive. It was a meteorite from outer space. Once it was opened, it would summon the extraterrestrial demon. Back then, Shinichen was plotted against by the current Central Prefecture's king with this jade box, and he was fatally wounded by the ghost prison's great emperor. This jade box had fallen into Su Yu's hands by accident. Today, Yunyazi was finally ready to open this jade box. Master, you want me to use the extraterrestrial demon in it to train demonic techniques? Su Yu's 9 dragons demon subduing technique had been trained to the 4th dragon, but it had stagnated due to the lack of demonic energy. Yunyazi nodded slightly. I don't need to stay in this jade box anymore. This jade box is perfect for you to train in. Su Yu said gravely, Master, once this jade box is opened, the extraterrestrial demon will be released. What if it goes out of control? He wasn't confident that he could subdue such a ferocious demon. Yunyazi chuckled. Don't worry. After so many years, I've already refined the extraterrestrial demon in it. Now, there's only pure demonic energy left in it. Refined? Su Yu suddenly remembered that the evil god relied on devouring the souls of the Almighty to gradually grow stronger. Could Yunyazi's recovery be so powerful because of the extraterrestrial demon sealed in the jade box? That was the only plausible explanation. Thank you, Master. Su Yu was overjoyed. Back then, a single demon's hair had helped Su Yu successfully refine 3 demonic dragons. How many demonic dragons could he refine with the demonic energy of all the extraterrestrial demons now? The power of the demonic dragons increased exponentially with the number of demonic dragons, and the further they went, the more powerful they became. If all 9 dragons were gathered, Su Yu was confident that he could fight an all creation's old monster face to face. Chapter 988. The first level of the Heaven's Sun gazing at air was the soul transformation realm, the basic level of solidifying one's soul. The second level was the soul control realm, where one could control the strange techniques of a strong martial artist who was a level higher than oneself. This had helped Su Yu many times. The third level was the unknown illusionary soul realm. You've already comprehended the second level to perfection, Yunyazi said. The cultivation method for the third level should have appeared on the bronze plate. If you have time, you can refer to my comprehension and start cultivating. He attached great importance to Su Yu's cultivation of the Heaven's Sun gazing at air. Strangely, Yunyazi's divine path was not the path of the soul. The Heaven's Sun gazing at air was something he had obtained from a very mysterious ruin and cultivated along the way. He valued this technique far more than the divine path that he walked on. It was clear that he had great expectations for the Heaven's Sun gazing at air technique. Thank you, Master. Su Yu was delighted. When he was training the Soul Change realm and the Soul Control realm, Yunyazi had never intentionally given him any pointers. However, at stage 3, Yunyazi had directly given him his own comprehension as a reference. With Yunyazi's comprehension, Su Yu would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort, and his speed would be much faster than before. Just focus on your cultivation. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Before you enter the glittering jewel wonderland, I'll protect you, Yunyazi said. Su Yu was gratified. Cultivating 2 types of techniques would undoubtedly speed up his progress. It was rare for Yunyazi to personally instruct him. Suyu pondered for a moment, then took out a green slate. It was the slate he had snatched from Jinmu's body. The stone slab was the core part of the puppet. It contained a whiff of the mortal fairy's strength and was very dangerous. Suyu did not dare to touch it rashly. He could only wrap it with vital energy. Master, I obtained this item from a puppet. May I know if I can use it for myself? Suyu asked expectantly. Yunyazi took a look and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Oh! It's a puppet heart refined by the heavenly craftsman race. Does this race still exist in the 9 regions? This was the first time Suyu had heard of the heavenly craftsman race. Could it be one of the eternal races? Master, may I ask if the ancient races really exist in this world? Suyu asked the question that had puzzled him for a long time. Yunyazi pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. His tone was slightly heavy as he said, "There is indeed. Please explain it to me in detail." Suyu's eyes lit up. He had been curious about it for a long time. However, Yunyazi said meaningfully, "Now is not the time for you to know." Why? Are the ancient races still some sort of taboo? Suyu asked in surprise. Yunyazi sighed and said, "No, I just don't wish for you to see some unacceptable truths before your cultivation has reached a certain level. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, even if I don't tell you, I believe you will know the truth. Knowing it now will do you more harm than good." Unable to accept the truth, Suyu was full of doubts. What was there that he could not accept? However, he believed Yunyazi's words. Since he did not want him to know, there must be a reason. "Yes, I understand. But is the heavenly craftsman race very famous?" Suyu asked as he stared at the green stone slab. The heavenly craftsman race is one of the 3 middle-class races in the ranking of the ancient races. They are unparalleled in terms of craftsmanship, weaponry, and craftsmanship. The heart of the puppet is one of the more famous products of the heavenly craftsman race. It is almost impossible for other races to imitate it. The value of this item is also very expensive, no less than a fairy artifact. I did not expect it to exist in the Jojo continent. Comparable to a fairy artifact. Suyu's heart palpitated. "How do I use the heart of the puppet?" Suyu asked. Yunyazi said, "It's very simple. As long as you have a puppet and insert the heart of the puppet into it, you can activate the heart of the puppet and manipulate it as you wish." Suyu's eyes were filled with joy. "I have a puppet. Master, please take a look and see if it is suitable." With a thought, Suyu took out the silver puppet. Back then, the soul born within the puppet had been destroyed by the demon's hair scream, but the puppet itself had not been damaged. And it is a rarely seen shape-shifting puppet. Yunyazi saw through the attributes of the puppet at a glance. The puppet in front of him was in a vague metallic state, but Suyu clearly remembered that the silver puppet had 3 forms. One was the form of a handsome man, another was the form of thousands of silver threads that devoured the flesh and blood of all living creatures, and the last was the form of a giant silver python. The material of the puppet is not bad either. It is suitable to be your assistant. Yunyazi grabbed the puppet over and grabbed the green stone slab floating in the air with his bare hands. Suyu's expression tensed up. "Master, be careful. The mortal fairy's strength is hidden in the green stone slab." Before he finished speaking, a terrifying wave shot out from within the green stone slab. The destructive mortal fairy's strength erupted. But Yunyazi's face was unfazed. He wiped his palm on the green stone slab, and the wave dissipated immediately. Even the wave of transportation was smoothed out. The outside world did not feel the shocking wave at all. Such a technique surprised Suyu. He could not understand Yunyazi's current cultivation state at all. A snow-white flame emerged from Yunyazi's fingertip. It touched the body of the silver puppet, and with a sizzling sound, a fist-sized hole appeared in the puppet's chest. Then, Yunyazi stuffed the green stone slab into the hole. With a slight tremble, the green stone slab drilled into the puppet's body as if it were a living thing. The green stone slab slowly emitted a faint space energy, enveloping itself. "Master, what is it doing?" Suyu asked in surprise. Yunyazi said, it is creating space to hide itself. This is one of the wonders of the puppet's heart. Once the puppet is severely injured, it can hide immediately and keep itself intact. Creating space on its own? Was this something only mortal fairies could do? Suyu thought about the hint of mortal fairies' strength contained in it and understood. Because there is not much mortal fairies' strength left, the process of creating space will be very slow. It will take about a month. You have to wait patiently. Suyu nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. Master, once it succeeds, how strong will this puppet be? Yunyazi said, this puppet's heart should be of the lowest grade. Plus, the puppet is not considered top-notch. The final strength it can unleash will not exceed the level of a stage 3 all creations old monster. Hearing that, Suyu was excited. Stage 3 all creations old monster was enough. Taking the puppet, Suyu put it into the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Yunyazi turned a blind eye to it. He had never delved into Suyu's secrets. Finally, before you begin your training, take care of a more important matter. Yunyazi's face became solemn. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Before he went into isolation, he had solemnly mentioned that the next time he came out, he would focus on dealing with an item on Suyu. The Dao Tai's eye. Suyu had always kept this in mind. Master, may I ask what harm the Dao Tai's eye poses? Suyu asked. In the past, in order to break the suppression of the heavenly wrath, Suyu had risked cultivating a heaven-devouring demonic eye with the Dao Tai's eye to dissolve the heavenly wrath and restore his eyes and pupil techniques. Back then, Phoenix Master Chiu had reminded him that the Dao Tai was a very ferocious and vengeful creature. None of the creatures who had been transplanted with the Dao Tai's organs had met a good end. For a long time, Suyu had not taken it seriously until Yunyazi brought it up. Chapter 989. Suyu said, Master, please enlighten me. What are the small and big ones? Yunyazi said, the Dao Tai is one of the 4 great ancient ferocious beasts. It is the most feared ferocious beast in the world. When it is born, it devours the life, blood, and spiritual flesh of all creation's old monsters. As it grows, it devours mortal fairies. Once it reaches adulthood, it begins to feed on gods. Feed on gods? Suyu shuddered. What kind of supreme existence was a god? Who in the world would dare to provoke a god-eating beast? It is rumored that in the universe, there is an ancient Dao Tai that has existed since the beginning of the world. It is the ancestor of all Dao Tais, and it is also the ultimate form of Dao Tai. It feeds on the universe, and wherever it passes, the universe is destroyed, and all living things perish. Even the strongest gods in the world cannot resist it. It is above all living things. Upon hearing that, Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air. There was such a terrifying Dao Tai. It was above all gods. You should understand what kind of creature a Dao Tai is, right? Yunyazi said solemnly. Suyu nodded deeply. In the past, he only knew that a Dao Tai was a legendary ancient creature. Only now did he truly feel the terror of a Dao Tai. Master, what does this have to do with the danger you mentioned? Suyu pointed between his brows. Is it because I have occupied a Dao Tai's eyeball that it will sense it and hunt me down? This was also Phoenix Master Chiu's advice in the past. A Dao Tai was greedy by nature and would seek revenge. None of the races that had transplanted a Dao Tai's eyeball had a good ending. Perhaps this was what Yunyazi was worried about. No. Unexpectedly, Yunyazi said, Dao Tais are rare. Most living things will never find their traces in their entire lives. The probability of you running into a Dao Tai is negligible. Hearing that, Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. He asked doubtfully, but Master, none of the races that had transplanted a Dao Tai's eye like me had a good ending. Didn't the Dao Tai take revenge on them? That was just a rumor spreading because they feared the Dao Tai. Yunyazi seemed to know everything in the world. They did not die because of the Dao Tai's revenge, but because there was a serious problem with the transplanted Dao Tai's eye. It was the eyeballs problem. Master, what's the problem with my eyeballs? Suyu asked. Yunyazi said, this is related to the Taotia's method of cultivation. The reason why the Dao Tai is so strong is precisely because it possesses the innate divine ability of devouring. The more things it devours, the stronger its devouring power becomes. The more it devours, the stronger its devouring power becomes. This is the reason why the Daotai can grow to the realm where it feeds on gods. With such extraordinary talent, he was simply a monster of the heavens and earth. It was no wonder that he could stand above all living beings. However, the heavenly Tao is constant. Although the Daotai has such a heaven-defying divine ability, it also has a fatal innate flaw. This is the reason why the number of Daotais in the world is always maintained at an extremely small number. This is because most of the Daotais will die in this world before they grow up because of their innate flaw. Upon hearing this, Su Yu seemed to have understood something. The fatal innate flaw that Master mentioned, could it be the eyes? As Yun Yazi spoke, he looked at the space between Su Yu's brows with worry in his eyes. That's right. The Daotai's eyes are also known as the heaven-devouring demonic eyes. They are terrifying eyes that can devour deities. Its most fatal problem lies in its eyes. Master, what exactly is the fatal flaw? Su Yu's heart was thumping slightly. A Daotai that fed on deities, a creature that was superior to deities, had died because of it. What kind of terrifying flaw was that? Yun Yazi said solemnly, the fatal flaw is that once the heaven-devouring demonic eyes are activated, it needs to devour continuously. Once it is not satisfied, it will start to devour itself. Body, soul, everything will be devoured, leaving nothing behind. In the end, only a pair of heaven-devouring demonic eyes will be left behind. If I'm not mistaken, the heaven-devouring demonic eyes between your brows should be the eye left behind by a Daotai that was devoured by itself. Su Yu's heart pounded violently. A demonic eye that would devour him? But Master, I've transplanted this demonic eye for several years, and there has never been any abnormalities, Su Yu said, hoping to get lucky. Yun Yazi's eyes were still filled with worry as he shook his head slowly. Have you ever activated it after transplanting it? If it has never been activated, I still have a way to take it out. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had only used the heaven-devouring demonic eyes once. Back then, he had forcefully used the heaven-devouring demonic eyes to withstand a blow from the Blood Emperor. That was the only memory that had ever been activated. Knowing that Su Yu had used it before, Yun Yazi sighed deeply. Regardless of whether it has been activated for a short period of time, as long as it has been opened, it is considered to have been activated. Now, the power of rules that exists in the eyes has been integrated into your soul. Even if your body collapses, the eyes will still follow you closely until you are devoured by it. I have no way to expel it. As for the fact that you haven't devoured anything else for several years without any abnormalities, this is also a mistake made by the other races that transplanted the heaven-devouring demonic eyes. They thought that by combining it with some kind of spiritual treasure, they could suppress this drawback. Unfortunately, even the third-rate races among the ancient races could only delay it. You haven't activated it now, but it doesn't mean that you are safe. You have only been delayed for a few years. Su Yu's heart sank as he listened. It was only a matter of time before the heaven-devouring demonic eyes activated. When that time came, Su Yu would be forced to start devouring living creatures continuously until there were no more powerful creatures, and the eyes would start devouring him. However, you don't have to worry too much. Even if the eyes start to act up, you can still follow the path of the Daotai. Devouring all living creatures as a way of training is also an opportunity. Yun Yazi comforted him, his face showing a mixture of joy and worry. The heaven-devouring demonic eyes are something that can only be encountered by chance. In billions of years, there have only been 2 or 3 cases of eye transplanting, but all of the people who have had eye transplants have achieved amazing heights. Su Yu smiled bitterly. Master, you don't have to comfort me. I can bear it. The crisis had been laid, and there was no use in running away. Besides, there were still a few years to find a way to continue delaying the effects of the eyes. It's good that you have such a mentality. I will also look up ancient books for you when I go into seclusion next time to see if there is a way to undo it, Yun Yazi comforted him. Su Yu knew that the chances were slim. The end of the Daotai's fate was to die from his own eyes. Apart from the Daotai that lived as long as heaven and earth, no one else could escape the chains of fate. Yazi was merely comforting Su Yu. "Thank you, master. I don't have much time left. I'll start training," Su Yu said. Yazi nodded, sat cross-legged beside Su Yu, and began to guide him in his training. Time passed in the blink of an eye. In 3 days, strange scenes appeared all over the Jojo continent. The pear trees that had withered for 100 years and were almost reduced to dust actually bloomed overnight. New springs gushed out from the ground in the dried-up mountains and rivers. Mortals who had been blind for many years and had been plagued with serious illnesses suddenly regained their sight overnight, and their illnesses were all gone. Newly born children were tested to have excellent qualifications and were fought over by many influences. The strange scenes all indicated that the Jojo continent was in a special period. It was a 100-year period where geniuses collided and competed for fortunes. Whether it was mediocrity or a meteoric rise, it all depended on this day. The glittering jewel wonderland was about to arrive. The wonderland was left behind by the glittering jewel mortal fairy with all her might before her death. Everything she had in her life was contained within. Due to her overly powerful mortal fairy strength, the glittering jewel wonderland was constantly circulating in the starry sky of the universe, and it would only return to the Jojo continent every 100 years. 100 years was the time when the geniuses of the older generation would retire, and the geniuses of the new generation would emerge. Whether it was the blessed and heavenly lands, the heavenly knife region, the central prefecture, or the other 8 prefectures, the eastern continent, the western continent, the northern continent, the southern continent, or the central continent, everyone was paying attention to the glittering jewel wonderland that was about to descend. All the top geniuses were ready to go.